Mayor.
Hi.
Hi, Mayor.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Papers up here.
Oh, yes, she is.
Good. You have a couple papers up here first.
These ones?
And he's here.
This one right here being the most important. That's gonna be
Nice
up.
catch.
Yeah, that's what I told her.
Over here.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Good. I just wanted to. This has been updated and there's some really.
You know, I misread that
to where we're actually sitting right now with our subsidy.
because I seen the picture
So
or whatever
I'll
after.
for that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see that up until this.
Even though it came in this one.
Okay.
So, yep.
Send it right here. Okay.
Everybody ready? All righty, I'll call this meeting to order. It is 6:02. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wrong flag.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Cute trick.
Sorry, I just noticed you were looking at the state
I
flag.
appreciate it, thank
I
you.
like the state flag better.
Well,
I do too, but you know.
I don't know, I like them both.
All righty, please, roll call, please.
Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells, Councilmember Aaron Durst. Here. Councilmember Daryl Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Davari Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith.
I'm here.
And Councilmember Chris Whitenberg.
Here.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda.
Mayor, so moved.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, next thing on our agenda is new business. Discussion of the 2023 draft budget and so forth, so I'll turn the floor over to whoever. Okay.
Take this away. Thank you. Okay, all of you should have a document in front of you that's an updated summary page. If you want to turn to that first, and I'm just going to run through some things on there. So first off, I want to thank Councilwoman Smith for locating. Dan Izzo was inputting some numbers, and I think, fat fingered a couple, which made a very big dent in where, in the deficit that we needed to make up. In the code enforcement, there was an extra 800,000 to 900,000 in there, so kind of a big deal. So that
Removed
brought,
already, right?
what's that?
You removed that out of this already?
I did on your new page. So when we took that 900,000 out of there, that very first line that you see, the 1.78 million, is the new kind of deficit that we have to come up with. And then we have some position adjustments underneath that, and then the material adjustments are right underneath that. So the big, huge takeaway here tonight is that our subsidy for our extra revenues over, our extra expenses over revenues is now $436,000. And that is way, way better than where we started. So I'm feeling really, really good about that. I also have been working with Human Resources, Stephanie, and also with all the department heads, and we have looked at potential ways to be able to make up the rest of that subsidy, but through a nutrition plan so that no one is impacted in any way. I think that very realistically, we can through attrition, we can come up with that 436,000 to bring us dead even with our expenses over revenues. So this is the most excited I've been about our budget since I've been here, to be that close. And then another thing that I think that we should strongly consider, besides just attrition with positions there, is I think we should look at offering a early retirement package and have the council consider that, because I think that could help us reach that dollar amount a little bit easier. And then let me move on to the next part. Let's just kind of look to your left. We'll go over that. So the general fund capital request, that's the same as what we showed last time. Water, sewer, landfill, that's all the same over there. And then going to your right there, the remaining unrestricted fund balances. So the $4.2 million doesn't have anything to do with the $4.5 million in reserve, basically. There's $4 million in reserve, and then 500,000 that is just to be able to take care of emergencies. And so this is above and beyond that reserve. So after we paid for that, the subsidy number, the 436,000, and after we paid for capital requests of $1.1 million, our cash in the general fund would be at that $4.2 million. And I think that's not a bad situation to be in. And then the water fund, Dan Izzo updated some numbers there. So the water fund went down a little bit, but I don't have any changes in the capital request for the water fund. The sewer went up a little bit from when he last gave us numbers, and I would still just fund the same capital requests that are there. Landfill, I haven't changed anything there. I think that would be a good discussion to flip over there in a minute. And then the recycle, I would actually like to grab a couple extra recycle capital items, and we'll go there in just a second. And then let's go over to enterprise fund status. So the normal water revenues over expenses is the negative 495,000. As we talked about doing the rate increases, which we'll get into more here in a little bit. I know the council indicated that the interest in raising rates one time rather than multiple times. So to be able to really get us in a good spot, for one, just to be able to cover those expenses, we would do the 3 per household and then the 10 cents per gallon. But if we were to do double that, then that would really be setting us up to be able to take on future debt, the loan for $15 to $20 million in expenses that we know are incoming. The sewer revenues over expenses, that shows you where we would be at in the black there, so that's good. Landfill is at the 329, and then I put a number just to the right of that. If we take on the scraper lease, which I definitely think we should, then that would bring the normal revenues over expenses to be 176 in the black, so that's good. And then the recycling, I adjusted the numbers just a little bit there, so I would still say that I would still recommend the $3 per household to be able to, the $2 would cover us and we'd break even, and then the $3 would put us about 50,000 in the black. And I think we kind of talked about the impact stuff before, where we're taking on a couple other, we dropped some things out of the previously allocated impact assistance, and we're adding some different things in that were more pertinent to our needs. So let's, I don't have a particular order. Is it okay if I just choose one and we'll go for it?
Can I just say something really quick and then kind of set the stage for everything else?
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank all of the department heads for the very intense discussions that you've had, and I know it's been a very tough time, but given the situation that we have now, we're I'm a lot more happy tonight than I was last night. There are I mean, when we get done, there's $4.2 million, so I don't think that 436, we're gonna have to cut a lot. I think we can probably take some of that out of that 4.2 and still have 4 million left in that remaining general fund balance. The thing that we always have to really worry about is the general fund, because that doesn't have any enterprise or any fees coming in to reimburse their expenditures. But I just wanted to let everybody know I appreciate them very much and thank you for the hard work. And I am a lot happier tonight, I'll tell you. And I think you can address this, Sean, but I don't think we have any layoffs, so we're not having to do that. So I'm pleased about that. I think Sean will probably talk to us about personnel here in a little while. I don't know if you want to go fund by fund, or what do you want to do, Sean, on this, but I think this isn't going to be as hard as we thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll still have to cut. And then I do, after he gets done, I do want to go back and talk to you about the nonprofits, because I thought we had already made our decisions on what we wanted to do with that, but,
We were pretty close.
so I just wanted to come back to that and ask you what you all want to do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's, there's no, I mean, we could hit things in different orders. Let's just do the capital for a second, and, I'm gonna scroll. You can either follow up on the screen up there or, in your packets. So the yellow items are the ones that we are recommending that, the council will approve for us. And I guess I'm gonna mostly just turn this back over to the council here. If there's any recommended changes to the yellow highlighted, capital items. And, just before I turn that over, one item towards the very bottom in the recycle center, just because there's a little bit extra money there, I would recommend that we, the council approve the R&D baler, as well as the concrete for the baler location for $65,000. And then with the impact assistance, taking care of the pro baler and the new electrical, they're gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, pretty good up and running with that new recycle center. So that would be my recommendation. And other than that, let me just turn it back to all of you with any changes you have.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think one of the things I noted on this, I wanted to question, is entryway landscaping. We had Tyrell go to the mat, basically, to plan on that, and that's not on here to do anything. We do have 6 Penny, but it doesn't look like that 6 Penny is going to be fast enough to do this project. So we might look at that and see what we can do on that one. The K-9 unit, the Ford Explorer is not the animal control, so I don't have a question on that one. I do want to know about the water treatment plant service truck. What condition is the current 2 in? I think you have 2 or 1, I don't know. But what's the deal on that? Are they worn out, or?
Yeah, we're putting a lot of miles on it, and going forward in the future, watching the pipeline and doing the pipeline projects, we're
Mhm.
gonna be putting a lot of wear and tear on it. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you the years and the mileage on them, but they're pretty old to be
Okay.
What was that one for?
Water treatment plant. And then, I just want to make, to the council, I want to really stress that they need the bar screens for the Muffin Monster out at the sewer treatment plant. So I want to leave that on there. I don't know, that's the second service truck that would be going to, one for sewer and one for wastewater. And they've been without their skidster loader because that was ruined in that flood. And they need that to carry the grit off the bars and out to the landfill. So that's the only things that, I don't have a problem with any of the way that they've prioritized these. The other question I do have for you, Sean, is all of the impact money, assistance money, is it in, we don't have anything left over to allocate on that, right?
Yeah, I think there's like 10,000 left.
10,000.
Some.
Okay,
small
so
amount,
we
yeah.
can
'Cause
maybe
we're-
put that towards landscaping. I mean, it's not $50,000, but, yeah,
Is this all the impact right here?
yeah, that's all impact, yeah.
There are also two things I noticed on the Capitol that seemed a little out of place. That new shoplift, which is on the first page, I think, down for $20,000. There's no doubt in my mind you can buy two of them for that. And the other thing that I noticed that was left on there was that new holding tank for the golf course hole for $25,000. I think that must have been left on there for a cushion. Is that right, or? Because I thought we came to the conclusion we weren't going to need that 25.
That's correct. I believe that we've identified the problem in recent days, so we probably won't need to access any of that for capital, but it is a cushion in case we do need to replace that holding tank or something.
Okay.
Mayor, Lou has something to hear.
Mayor and council, on the shoplift, we did reach out to Superior from Lander, and the shoplift, the 12-ton or 12,000-pound capacity is $13,989.70. There's no freight on this, so freight would be determined upon shipment.
So maybe we need to plug in like 16,000 or something like that, something a little bit less.
I think 16 would be adequate for the shipping and the lift.
That's really all I noticed.
Maybe we should just leave it at 20 in case there's some attachments or something that you need.
Come with a garage or something.
Yeah, I mean, I only have a lift that I saw once, so I'm not familiar with all lifts.
What would the council be interested in designating towards the entryway landscaping if we were to pick a number?
Well, the budget previously was $50,000, is that correct? Isn't that what was asked for, was $50,000 for landscaping? Let me buzz it down here.
I believe it was 20,000.
Yeah, it's 20,000. The capital requests are 1.1 mil, or 1. My glasses are not good tonight, 1.148 million. $20,000 is not gonna, I mean, it'll come out of cash, carry over, and it's not gonna hurt. So that was something I did, you know, beautification goes back to our strategic plan. And so, you know, I think that maybe we can add that in somewhere.
I'd like to bring up these free days for the landfill. What I'd like to see done is that we put vouchers in our water bill to allow people that pay water would get the free days. That would cut it down quite a bit. Before we just turned it over and anybody that wanted to go out there could haul stuff. I think by putting vouchers in the water bill, anybody that pays a water bill would get a voucher and they could go out and use the landfill. I think that would save us a little bit too. I don't know what the rest of them think. I know there was a suggestion that we use tokens, but I thought, nah, I don't think tokens is a good thing to use. I think a little voucher inside the water bill saying this is good for this voucher is good for one free day at the landfill, or 2 days, or whatever you want to put on it. But I think that's the way to go about that. Before we just said anybody can just pile stuff up and take it out to the landfill. And then somebody asked a question, discussion, out-of-town people could go to the landfill and nobody would know the difference, free. So they just drive in and go. This way we'd know who's using the landfill. So I thought that was a pretty good way to go about it. I don't know what the council feel about that, but
I think another thing that would be beneficial by doing it that way is not everybody would show up at the landfill on the same day.
yeah, that's
And that
right.
would maybe relieve your stress out there at the landfill.
We kind of talked about all this stuff before. The problem with the vouchers, it's the newer modern day, so anybody with a computer or with some kind of skills, they can copy them 100 plus over. It'd kind of be like a $1 bill or $100 bill, you would have to put something inside of it, so they couldn't reproduce the
Yeah, and I don't know,
voucher.
I don't know the answer to that either, but I,
So if you just put a little piece of paper saying free landfill, anybody can just use a copy.
because no matter what we try to do,
But I do see where you guys come, because we get slammed on that week, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
So we were thinking about, our billing system, maybe for like so many pounds for free per year, so it's spread over the year, so then they can use it at any point that they want to. Say like maybe 500 pounds for every resident throughout the year, and once they use that 500 pounds, then they get charged.
okay.
And our bookkeeping system would accommodate that?
Our computer out there would need a software update, which is more money, but with the update, it would be able to process.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So with that software system you currently run now, you can put it on a bill that I come out there and charge so many tons now, and it goes to the utility bill. Wouldn't that be a process you could use on the voucher that could stay in there? And so you could say, this household used this voucher on this day, and it stays permanently like a memo?
On our side, it kind of sounds like it would do that, but on Nancy's side, it's going to be a little more different.
Your side is the one that would matter on the dump days, or the vouchers, correct?
Well, she's the billing person, because we kind of feed off of the computer here, so her system will process it.
Is there a way you can check into that to see?
It's called, there's a word for it, but it's a step up from what we have now. And to tell you the truth, it costs like $3,500 for the computer upgrade. And then it can run the whole process.
So is that a one-time 3,500, or is it an every year 3,500?
One time. I did talk to Casper and other places to see what they do, and they pretty much all called us crazy for using this week as a free dump week, because they actually run a similar program like it, but they don't use Copyway, they use some other different one that they can control better.
Maybe that's why somebody mentioned tokens, maybe that's why they decided to do that. Put a token in their water bill, they can't copy that.
So the paper thing is just really extremely hard to
Yeah.
control.
So maybe that's why they said that. All I'm got was what I heard from the audience. Somebody mentioned that maybe we could go through, use a token or a voucher or something. And I kind of like the voucher thing, but you say they'll copy it, so we'll go to something that's hard, like a token.
I ran a token system with my car wash, and I'm telling you what, that's a nightmare. That is strictly a nightmare. I would not suggest doing that here.
But you're not putting it in the machine though, Terry, you're just handing it to the lady at the gate.
Yes, depending upon who took it and where, I mean, just
Oh, I see.
trust me, I'm just telling you, there's
Mayor?
a problem with that.
Maybe what we can do is, I know Lou was going to be going to a conference or some meeting where they're talking about that. And I know that landfill will be involved in that. So why don't we ask them just to come up with some kind of proposal for us on that, and we can move forward here. But that's what I would suggest to the council.
Well, I was kind of getting at what the mayor said
Sure.
at our last meeting about people storing stuff all year long and then taking it out to the landfill.
Yeah, and
This
we
would kind of
can,
eliminate some of that if a person was just paying the water bill.
yeah, and then we can also, they'll go out and south and dump a lot too. Just know they're gonna do that.
They're gonna do
Darryl
that
had
anyway.
that. Darryl, I think you
They're gonna do
had
anything.
some
They're gonna find a
comments
way to do
about
it anyway.
some of that, did you not?
Just now.
Coupons or something, would support something like that, or?
No, that was,
Councilman Durst, I believe.
yeah.
Was it him? Okay.
Yeah.
But that's my recommendation,
Yeah,
Mayor,
if you
is
could
that
bring
they
in
come up
for
with some kind of
program
proposal.
that, or some situation, not to say program, don't confuse that with the computer program, but some situation where that can happen, where anybody and everybody can't just load us up, and hopefully it could be spread out throughout the year, so you, out of the landfill, don't get slammed, and there's an accountability situation, so if you could do that, that'd be great.
Mayor, I wanted to ask a couple of questions too, so that I'm totally, SCADA system, that's in the IT department, correct? What is the status for the SCADA system out at the water treatment plant? Is that still in the budget, or was that cut, or I didn't see it, or? Because I think, well, that could be part of our water process.
Also, is the SCADA, or would that be inside the big one?
Yes.
Yes.
So it would be handled at the time that we would handle the big one, okay?
There is a maintenance item as well included in the budget for SCADA. I believe it's less than $50,000. I don't know. John, do you have the ability to do a full time?
Well, I was worried that it's getting antiquated, and it does affect telling us what the water levels are in the tanks, and,
Well,
mean,
here
far
it has
overall.
SCADA maintenance is on,
it's maintenance though,
I don't know
okay?
what page, but
You're asking for a full replacement, right, Linda?
Well, I was, and I think at the time that we looked at, if they're maintenance, they do need to replace it, Darryl. But if we don't have the funds now, then we can put it in our overall water project along with all the water treatment plant upgrades. And that's $20-some million, but that would be the time that we can do everything. And I guess at some point in time too, we're gonna have a report
SCADA
on the
maintenance.
stages and all of that whole entire water thing, so we've got a better feel for where we're at and what we need to do in the budget to accommodate some of that stuff.
After this budget conversation, we'll jump into that very thing.
Okay.
Councilman Smith.
And I think we replaced the bar, of course, the bar screens are in here for wastewater, but I wanted to know, we do have the filter leaks in the impact assistance money, right? For those bar screens for waste, or for water treatment. Okay. That's, okay, those are answered, thank you. Okay. Chris has some questions.
oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, so I just have a few questions here for IT. There's 42,000 for replacement computers. Is that something that has to be done, or are we gonna have to spend 42,000 on computers this year, or can we split it in half this year and save some of that on the capital item for something else that comes up?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
So it shows $42,000 for IT for replacement computers. Can we split that in half, half this year, half next year? Will they last through the year? Just focus on what has to be replaced with computers?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I think realistically, they probably could do that if you wanted to reduce that.
Okay. So the next thing I got is for police administration here. It says replace handguns. It's a carryover for 2022 from carryover 2022 budget. It's $44,430. I know I asked about this last year. I know their handguns are older and stuff, but we had talked about who purchases those guns when they purchase the new guns. Who gets the old guns? Who's purchasing them? And then I want to know where the funds go for that and where it's allocated back to. I asked that last year and didn't even get an answer, really.
The guns get traded in and the price comes off the cost of the new ones.
So there's a trade-in. Do you have an amount for last year?
No. I can have to get it for you.
Yeah, could we get that, please? And then maybe what?
It's usually a couple $100 and done.
And I get it. It's only a couple $100, but I just want to see where it goes and how it is.
I'll get that for you, but I'm also really confident that's factored in the price that's listed here.
Okay, please. And then the streets department, there's a steel wheel roller here. Is that a second one, or is that in addition to the one we have, or is that with the trade-in on the one we have? So what's trade-in value there? Do we know? Or is this an assumption of 50,000, or is that including what you're assuming for trade-in?
So, we haven't really got, once we start looking at them, we'll get a trade value. I don't think we can get a whole lot on it, but it's about 50,000 is about what it would cost to pay it out. So I think it'll be a little bit less once we get everything panned out, so.
Okay. Thank you. And then on the, I know it's enterprise fund, but for water, it says city water model plus Glen Addition engineered, $50,000. What is that exactly?
So, can you help me out a little bit? City water model is basically an engineered map that shows our water infrastructure, so that when we go to engineer or like community development, say the Starbucks, if we were gonna take out that fire line, we'd have to have a city water model per DEQ that can look at to see if we're capable of taking it out and still having the correct flow around the rest of the fire hydrants around that block. So citywide, it would be good for us in the future, growing, expanding, to know exactly what we can and cannot do with our water infrastructure. And then in that, we put the Glen Addition because we want to look at metering all the spaces out there and what it would cost to put the meters. And so in that engineering scope, we put that in there for them to give us an estimate on what it costs to meter the Glen Addition and put in some of the meter pits for that Optimass meter so we can control more water out there.
Okay, so could that not be rolled, because there's some meter stuff in the impact assistance funds for the Glen Addition. I think it was somewhere around the $300,000 range, if is still in there for that, and that's.
The meters themselves and the infrastructure build is gonna be one thing, the design is another. And so the impact assistance is basically meters, the meter costs and materials, and this is just the design.
So I understand that. The problem I have here with this then is we have a GIS system. I get it needs to be engineered, but for example, the Starbucks line could have been capped after the fire hydrant. So I see different things, but I think if we have a GIS system, we should be able to, we have an in-house engineer that should be able to do some calculations and understand a lot of that flow stuff
A
themselves.
lot of it has to do with the DEQ. They have to have a correct water model, and what we have is not good enough.
What is a correct water model then?
So if I may speak, is this on? There we go. So as far as the current license that I'm pursuing with the state of Wyoming, sorry, there's a lot of feedback. With that, okay. Yeah, so as far as that's concerned, my background is transportation engineering. I'm only allowed to operate within civil engineering, within a degree of transportation engineering. So my specialty is not hydraulics or hydraulics design. And so this is something that has to go out. I cannot do every type of engineering with the license that I'm pursuing. I should be getting that Friday. But I can't do everything. And in terms of the water model, it incorporates all of the delivery system that we have at each location, each pipe, and that allows us to, once we develop that model, to determine what flows can and cannot be delivered from the system at any point.
So the water model is going to show you where the pipe is.
It'll show you where the pipe is, but it also helps you with the calculations for the engineering flows and pressures that you can expect for those locations to determine what you anticipate those values to be. It's a model. So it's
So it
not,
shows you a flow on a 4-inch pipe fully packed, per se.
right, and so you have a certain demand, for instance, fire suppression or whatnot. How's that gonna affect the system? Is that gonna affect other users in the system elsewhere? Is that gonna, like if we have a fire line installed at a retail location, is that gonna affect the residential fire fighting capacity in another neighborhood?
I understand that there's some changes, but I guess my question is, we had meters there. And they would, what happened was this is what I was told at the last time we discussed this subject, and they said, well, they froze and they didn't work, and well, with today's technology, we can change that. I know. That's one question. The other thing is that, didn't we save any information as to the location of those meters and those, we didn't save anything. They were we just did it.
Yeah, not any information we can find.
Okay.
And so what we're talking about doing now is doing meter pits like we have around town.
Yeah.
So.
That's kind of what I figured, and then you'd run the line up someplace, go by and read
We
it.
still would like to keep the master meter on there.
And I
just
think
in
that
case
would
there's
work.
breaks, we can track break,
The
if there's
other
leaking in it.
question was that came up at the meeting was, the type of soil that is high alkalinity, and it would eat up our meters, I guess, and they just didn't work, and anyway, we ended up not doing away with them. But the big problem is we have no control over the usage of the water. I know I went one day and somebody had a bathtub and they were filling it with water. It was overflowing and just running. Well, they're not on a meter, so they really doesn't bother them. Another time that I was down there, somebody had a kind of a white tank and they were filling it with water, hauling it someplace. They had it on a little flatbed. I don't know where and I don't know who, but those things that we don't have any control over, that's all I was trying to get, was something that is fair to the public. So when I say I raise the water 5 cents, it's fair. Everybody's getting raised 5 cents, me and everybody else. And so that's how I preach it on the street. I pay the same thing that you do when they chew me out about the water or the landfill or recycling. I'm paying the same thing. They don't give me a special deal on it. And so that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and with today's materials.
And I understand what you're saying, where
Yeah.
the state gets involved and they want you to do it a certain way.
Yeah. Mayor, to speak to, my experience has been that we had people with institutional knowledge for 30 years that worked in the water. And if you asked them where any little hookup was, they could tell you. They were wonderful. But I understand, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but what you have is maps and drawings, and you don't have a digital system that tells you everything.
No, we don't.
And that's what you're basically, not only DEQ requirements, but we need to map our system so that when we leave and you
Yes.
all grow older and you go on to higher and better things, that there's something left that somebody can come in and it has our stuff on it, so that they
That's
can.
absolutely correct.
Okay, that's what I
I
wanted
can
to
tell
point
you
out.
that my experience in some of the things that I've done, bought and sold and whatnot land, the city does not have current maps. They don't know where their stuff's at.
No.
And so catching that up is important and worth the money.
And I agree, the Glen Edition needs to be part of
Metered.
that.
It
Metered.
does.
So yeah, this is what we're looking at here is just design of how to get these things fixed for us for
So-
the future.
Councilman Weisenberg, I'd like to leave it in the budget if we could.
Yeah, and I understand, I after, you know, hearing all this and that, what Councilwoman Smith had said, I could agree to that, also, so. I did have another question, and it's not on capital, but before, I guess, I move off of capital real quick to talk about the impact assistance, funding in there, so I don't forget about it. I'm still at the point right now of, I believe, passing a budget with just operational costs and holding off on capital projects within the budget. At this point in time, until every audit is received up, we could come in and amend the budget at that time to show these capital projects. Not saying I'm against the capital projects, I just want to get everything in line before that's my take on it, so. After, I guess, if you guys want to talk about that and, I mean, speak to that, and then I'll go on to that impact assistant fund that I want to ask about.
Yeah,
Councilman Smith?
the fact that we were able to reduce this down to $436,000, supposedly that we need to cut that. I feel, I mean, we don't have our 2 audits, and I've been very firm about not knowing where our cash is on that and all of that, and the reasons that we could not ever add any positions or we had to freeze positions was because those were very important to know what the cash carryover is, because the cash carryover is the monies that support your capital. That's where we buy the capital items from. And so that has been what I've been thinking, but given the fact that we have a much better situation tonight, I mean, $1.1 million in capital requests, give or take a few, 20,000 here and 10 there. We have enough cash. Dan Izzo, who is a real guru for us, has gone through this and gone through it and gone through it. And he has been working with auditors, and he has cleaned up. He's found lots of little things, and so I feel I trust Dan Izzo's numbers. So I don't have any reservations about putting it in the budget. But had we, normally what we do, we would wait, Chris, but we have a new way of doing things here. I guess,
And I understand
that's
the
where
new
we're
way
at.
of doing things, I just think that if we can hold off on doing the capital projects at this time until we get everything back, I mean, even if we approve a budget like this in the coming meetings and maybe put a hold on this stuff,
Well-
I guess I could see that.
We could put, what I would suggest we do, we just figure out what we want, and if we have to amend the budget after July 1, then we can come back and do our cutting then if we have to, based on our audits. I don't feel, I think they've transferred all the money around on covering all the enterprise funds that we needed. That's already in here. We're in a much better situation tonight than we were yesterday, but I think the department heads have cut down to the very minimum things that they feel they can run their departments. And I want to be able to support everything that they're putting in front of us as much as possible. But to answer your question, I don't think I think we just tell them what we want to pass in the capital budgets. And then if we see where those audits come in and they're a problem, then we just amend the budget to go back and do some more cutting.
That was exactly what I was gonna say. I don't have any problem with what you're saying,
Right.
except that we get this budget done, anything that comes up, we could always amend it. We could always, bring it up on the floor and amend it, the things you don't like. We can get it done, I think. So-
After what we've been through, I'm telling you, I'm with Chris 100% that I don't mind approving this budget and I don't mind approving these capital expenses, but I would, there's got to be some way to, well, we've got to get our audits, that's all.
Yeah, that's true.
Simple as
too.
that, and then.
That's true too, but
And
we
then
could
as far
always
as-
make the
as far
changes
as-
that we want.
Well, we can approve this with the, maybe with the agreement that that money is spent when and if it's proven that there's adequate cash flow.
And we'll know July 1st
I don't have a
on the
problem with that
cash flow
either.
carryover.
What's that?
We'll know January, or not January, I'm sorry. July 1st, we will know what our cash carryover is.
We'll
gonna
know what
be.
our cash carryover is. We won't know a lot of other things, but without knowing any of that,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm very uncomfortable. And I share Councilman Weisenberg's apprehension to approve things when there's too much unknown.
Sure.
Now, I would agree to approve these projects because they're all needed and that sort of thing, and they're all prioritized, and I recognize all of that. But if you don't have the money to pay for them, it doesn't matter how they're prioritized.
Yeah, what I could-
So I don't mind approving them, but we're going to have some sort of we have to have our audits before we can turn the money
Yeah,
loose.
what we could do, Mayor, is approve these capital items and just put basically a freeze on purchasing anything until those audits come in.
I would
I
go
know
for
there's gonna
that.
be some things though in the funds, not in the capital items. There may be some things here that we will absolutely have to get because the fact that you do most of your construction work and stuff in the summer, but we can sort through those things, but we can always freeze and then unfreeze and then amend the budget if we get back bad news out of the audits.
Well, if we do that and then, if there's something becomes absolutely 100% necessary, time sensitive, whatever, then that can be brought back as an exception to the council as far as I'm concerned.
Would that work for you? Thank you.
I would agree to that also.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my next thing is, one thing in the, impact assistance funds, I know we're not quite there yet, but I don't want to forget about this. There was a $60,000, set aside, I believe, for the 6th Street Bridge. I'm not seeing that. Did you guys?
100%. It was
Yeah, yeah.
$100,000.
Did,
We reallocated.
100,000, yeah, we reallocated it.
okay, I wanted to know about that, because if it wasn't, I was gonna ask to be put into Ward 3 for a study on the streets and everything else to maybe get the jump start on maybe widening streets, but I get it.
Yeah, here is your impact what they did and what they replaced it with.
That's the one thing, if you don't have a plan, if we don't have an engineer study on what we're talking, we've been talking about 13th, 12th, these streets here that we need to work on for a long time. But we never went anywhere because we never did a study to find out what it's gonna cost us. So that when this council's done and the next council comes in, they can look at that study and say, look, this is what we did, our engineering at that time said this, and they can work off of that. Every time we get on this conversation, we have nothing to work with. It's all guess, what it's gonna cost to take the sidewalks out, the trees, widen it. So if we can put some money aside and get some engineering services to come up with a figure, so that we have something to work on, then the next council will have something to work on.
And to speak to that, I appreciate that, Councilman Martinez, to support that in that ward, right? I know we have Austin, he's a transportation engineer. So that could be a project that, since you have that experience, maybe we could save the money on that, on what it would cost and everything else. I do know that Jason was working on a tree count, but I haven't heard any update through that to see exactly what was going on with that. So I know that it's been discussed, I just don't think everything's been followed through. And I mean, that ward's tight in the streets, and we need to do something about it, and the proper way is to widen those streets eventually, and I would love to see some money put back for that ward to widen those in the coming years. And if we could get some studies going on, maybe we can get some grant money coming in to help with that.
Could you recommend something, Sean or Austin?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I'm not sure what these all you're talking about, but it's probably what, 4 vector streets or something.
It's several streets. I would say it goes from 8th Street over to 14th.
It's Hillside Edition. It's up in around High Street.
Other priorities.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council. So as far as the phasing would be concerned, there would be a certain amount of budget dedicated on a yearly basis for probably each street. I don't think that it's something that we could afford to do it as one larger project unless we did a loan effectively to do the work. And it's something that, yeah, I could assist with developing a phasing for, I believe is it Mountain View also included in that?
That's a Mountain View area.
Yes, it's on
is what
High
that is.
Street. And
It might be an improvement district,
Maybe,
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
an
we could.
improvement district would do it. I
would
mean,
do the
I
whole
don't-
project.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of that, but
Yeah.
if
But-
we have to do something or
That
figure
is a
something out,
way.
it is a way, and I agree. I think, but your background and your degree, you might be able to help reduce some costs in that by doing the studies ourselves in-house.
Absolutely.
I would hope.
Do you know how long that would take? My question for before was, water is everyone's
Primary.
priority. But
Right.
what would be?
And don't forget, you gotta hook up that street on South Side first. That was asked for 10 years ago.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
Seriously.
It really was, yes.
So I would think that to start the scoping process, we could start it in fiscal year '23. I just don't have an idea right now. It's fairly preliminary, and I've got a lot of irons in the fire for water.
So
I
we'll
would
put
think
it on your
probably
radar.
towards the end of '23, we could start looking at a scoping of that area and
Well,
scope.
no matter what you do, if you have an improvement district, you gotta tell the people this is what it's gonna cost you. So you gotta get that, we gotta get that study done,
Yeah.
so that it's on the books for the next council or whoever is talking about it.
So we can start setting the money aside to budget for that kind of stuff, That's,
I think
what it's
it's a
gonna take.
necessary study because that area we've talked about for the 7 years that I've been on the council. We've talked about trailers and all of that stuff, and that would go a long way to alleviate some of those kinds of issues because it's been through 5 councils and nobody could agree on it, on trailer stuff. So I think that we need to take a different approach, and you will have the expertise. So I know your plate is full, but I would support something in '23. I think that would go a long way to helping us solve some issues.
Okay, so what I would need for fiscal year '23 is a professional land surveyor who could do the research of each street in advance to a degree on a preliminary scale. It would be something that I do in conjunction with them, determine what we would like for street widths in the area, and then we would get through a right-of-way process. That would be something that may take some time, and a lot of times a right-of-way process takes between 12 and 18 months. And so with that, we could get a lot of the design done in fiscal year '23. I would anticipate costs in the range of between $6 and $8 million per mile. It's harder to say on these city blocks, looking at what's there. So I would say, realistically, we have the right-of-way, and a lot of these sidewalks, a lot of the curbs are encroaching on public right-of-way to an incredible degree. And so it's something that's worth looking at. I think we can look at it next year, but yes, we'll need professional survey. I probably need something like between $20,000 and $30,000 worth of professional survey just for fiscal year '23. For the full program, it'd probably be about $80,000 to $90,000 total for the survey of those streets. As far as the geotechnical engineering is concerned, we could probably do that for less than $20,000 for the Mountain View area. Now, as far as the remainder of the entire ward, that's where we look at this geotechnical program where we identify each street in the city of Rollins. We take samples of the asphalt thickness, asphalt quality, the subgrade material in each area on each street, effectively maybe 1 or 2 tests on each street, depending on the length. If it's like Cedar, you're looking at multiple tests. So I don't want to keep talking. There's a lot to say, but yes, it's something we can do.
Thank you for your input.
We plug in 30,000 right now.
The streets aren't too bad in a lot of places. I mean, they do need some repairs, but they've been doing a lot of overlay in that area. So the streets have been pretty.
So the council's pleasure would be add 30,000 somewhere in the street budget?
Either that or we can save it for next year.
For next year even. I mean, it's been on the radar for a while. I just wanted out there to get this process going, because if we just
Okay.
talk about it, it's not happening. If we enforce it and put something there, it's gonna happen.
Would the first step be code enforcement? Isn't, the issue is there's not enough road because of trailers and everything, all the parking down there is pretty limited. Would code enforcement be our first step this year, and then next year do a study if there's not an improvement from code enforcement?
So code enforcement's been a hot topic about it all anyways, and there is ordinances in place for parking and everything else. It's not been enforced for years.
Right.
But when you look at the width of those streets compared to the width of the streets across our community and other areas, it creates a safety hazard for anything from snow removal to emergency vehicles traveling on those streets. I know it's been brought up about making them one-way streets, but that again creates a hazard for emergency vehicles and snow removal in the same aspect of things. Not only just that, but it puts a burden on our citizens in those areas. So I want to see the study done and some improvements done through that ward with widening the streets.
They're Model T streets too. I mean, they were
Yeah.
1920s. Okay, how do we feel about the capital items? Are we happy with them?
I'm fine with them.
Laurie?
I don't have a problem.
Daryl?
I don't have any.
Chris?
I'm fine as long as we can work it out where we can put a hold on them until the audits and stuff.
Okay, I think I mentioned the landscaping for somewhere. I think we need to plug that in somewhere, but that's the only thing that I think we would change.
The entryways, you mean?
Entryway
Yeah.
stuff, yeah.
And what's the pleasure of council on adding how much?
I
don't know what the figure is.
What?
So, if you want me to do just a quick review of where we're at here, I've just highlighted in orange on the screen up here. Here's the entryway landscaping for the 20,000, I'll add that in.
Okay,
And
So it's
then
20,000.
that's what they asked
Union
for.
Streets and Mountain View area, starting with like 40,000 to start with professional surveyor.
actually, we decided to wait till next year on that.
That'll go to 23, 24, right?
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay. Make note of that. And then the Davis Street extension, I was just, the Miller Street, we had as 40,000, but Davis is longer. We were just throwing some numbers, 120.
Engineers and Associates, I believe on the last estimate was close to $120,000.
Jesus Christ.
Well, and I understand they've made cuts in the, into the, and reallocated stuff through the impact assistance, but I mean, is that 100% gone where we cannot fund that, because this has been talked about for years, and the problem is the increase in material keeps doubling and doubling and doubling, and we have this problem. We go from a $40,000 project per se to now we're at $120,000.
Chris, my response,
You know, it's
is-
gone from, we can do it internally, to we can hire an engineer and engineer it, bring in a contractor. I mean, we've been up and down on that. When I first moved on Davis, they just used it. It was just dirt. And then they built the trench and that ended that. So now you have to put a conduit or something in there to let the water flow and drive over the top. I don't know anything about that, but I'm just saying that it started at here and the next thing you know, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. I don't know if that's, at that time, the city wanted to, street department, they kind of took it on themselves to, they enjoyed actually doing the work themselves, doing it in-house.
if you want to decrease,
And that was their big thing.
decrease that by
I never got that far.
About ready to add
Would
60,000 back.
council like to go forward with this in FY23?
I would.
I would too.
Okay, where do you want to take it out of, guys? Now, I was going to answer Chris on, or I'm sorry, Weissman.
You're good. You're okay. You're okay.
Chris, anyway, Councilman Chris. I was going to answer you on the impact assistance because I think that's been all reallocated out, but it may not fit into the criteria that we presented in the beginning to the industrial siding people to lengthen the street. I don't see where that is. I mean, it needs to be done, and it's been on the books for a long time, so we just need to find another area we can find the money from.
And I understand that, and it possibly couldn't, but if it's an increase in traffic flow due to the increase in population, why could we not look at the impact assistance funds for that extension? That's my thought,
It goes to the park.
100%.
I'm a little iffy on it. I'm nervous about it. We're nervous about dog parks and skating parks for people, then I'm nervous about extending a street.
Well, having people be able to have continuity
You
and be
mean
able to
you-
get around the community.
You're nervous
is-
about people
is-
going to the park,
No,
but you're
no,
not
that's
nervous about them going to a dog pond for 45 or 50,000.
Well, I'm not gonna get off on that, but I
That
wanna know,
kinda-
what are you
that-
gonna cut from
that kinda
impact
sh-
assistance, people? That's my
Mind-boggling
point.
to me.
Darryl?
Austin, you were gonna present us some options for that street, correct?
I believe the council's pleasure was just to move forward with Davis.
Oh, okay. So we're not gonna go with engineer's recommendation
Wait.
on the street?
extension, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was the council's pleasure to move forward with the Davis extension.
Gotcha.
Well, and that's because the goal was to hook that, one of those streets that goes to the park to the main street. And one of those streets hook to the park and one don't. So to accomplish the goal, you can't use the street that don't go to the park to hook to the park.
And
It's just kind of simple to me. One of those streets goes to the park, one doesn't. If the goal is to make the street go to the park, you don't have two choices.
And to speak with that also, Mayor Wycombe, is if you were to extend the Miller Street, I've been over there several times, and I think the elevation change and the degree that the street would have to be made, it could prevent a safety issue to residents right there on the corner house. The other thing is it does not join the outlying community of, or outlying subdivision over there with Apple Street and all that, into access to the park, like you said, or through, create a through street like Davis would. And then along with that is I think it would make a better way for emergency vehicles to be able to access all that too. going through
Well,
Davis.
and the elevation difference between Miller and this, and that Higley or whatever it is probably, I don't know, it's quite a bit, 15, 20 feet maybe. Where the elevation difference between Davis Street and that street is maybe 5 feet. So the other one, the Miller Street, is very close to that other corner. It isn't even a city block. It's way less than a city block where Davis Street is a city block down the street. Anyway, if your goal is to hook a street to the park, you have to kind of pick a street that hooks to the park.
Okay, Mayor, could I make a suggestion? Let's put it on the capital list, Sean. And then what we'll see is when we get to that 4.225 million, then if we have to cut, then we'll have to make some other decisions on it. We'll be able to have a balanced budget when we get done here, but it's only 120,000 out of that, but I don't know how much more we've added in. But anyway, with that, if we're all happy with this, then Daryl, I need feedback from you too. If we're
That's
happy
what
with
we
that,
said.
then we'll just say the capital budgets are as we've discussed and plug the numbers in and see if we're gonna be over. And then, let me move on to our nonprofits and ancillaries, okay? We decided previously, and I regret to say, I think we need to zero out the chamber, given the, and I'm going to try to be delicate here, given the problems that they're having right now, I don't think we should fund that. So that would be $10,000 off the top. Then what we did have, EDC had requested 15,000. We said we would go ahead and do that. The old pen wanted 35,000, and we had 20,000 down for that. Was that your understanding?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. That needs to be 20,000.
And I think we need to leave DDA at 50. Now, at the airport, we said 20, but here's what I would like to.
Why do we have to leave the DDA at 50?
Well, that's what we recommended, and I think we can't do all of our projects without the full allocation.
I
These,
thought we discussed leaving them all the same, for the exception of those agencies that have to feed these kids.
well, that's what they requested. But Dabari, here's the point. We need to take care of the ancillary stuff that the city is responsible for. Now, the nonprofits, we discussed, and I was trying to give you all numbers so we can get through this. Got to the airport, and the airport, we said $20,000, and we were going to ask the county to match that. And just know that this would be a situation, we won't know what the county's gonna do till July. So this may be, if they don't get their other 20,000 from there, we may have to revisit that in July and do an amendment on it.
Wasn't that the purpose of the quarterly meetings with the county commissioners to discuss this? I mean, that's what my thought was,
Yeah.
that they were gonna talk about some of these kind of issues to find out just where they're at.
Yeah, the airport, I heard today in an email that they were gonna try and fund 20,000, so we would match up at 20,000.
So they would match it?
So,
Good.
so that shows up 40,000 in the budget, though. Do we need to reduce that down to show 20,000?
Yeah,
Yes.
we do.
And then the old pen, I think, was 15,000 is what I told them, I believe.
Okay, what I've showed, oh, okay, you had 15, we had 20.
Yes.
So council decide what you want to do with the old pen.
I'm good with giving them the 20, because of what they've been through too. With that shut down the job situation, they need some help with that funding and stuff. But I want to make sure that at the same time, the county matches that, same as the airport.
Well, I don't think they're gonna match it from what I've heard, but if they do, that's great. If they don't, I do agree the OPEN does. They've been, what the state pulled on them was terrible, and so giving them the extra money they're asking for makes sense to me.
So how much for Terry?
And the
would be?
chamber zeroing them does, I agree with that.
Okay, Mayor, what number was on the OPN, 20,000? They asked for 35?
They asked for 35, county's gonna give them 15, so we should give them 20.
Okay, got it. And then, can we
So we're
leave
20
DDA at
there.
50 and airport at 20? And I added all this stuff up. I added up what city manager recommended, and that was 71,884 plus 78,000 for 156,634. With the cuts that we made, we have 221,000. There's a difference of, there was about $71,000 if we cut that 10,000 out of the chambers. So the senior center, we had down at 20. Everybody agree?
Okay, hold on. So, real quick, Councilwoman Smith, we're gonna cut the 12,500 from the chamber, correct?
Yes, well, what we would not give them that allocation, no.
Okay, so that's 12,500, not
Yeah,
the
and I've just-
10,000.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
zero. They
I just
go to
wanted to
zero.
make sure.
Yeah, they go to zero for the
Okay.
chamber. And then senior centers, they asked for 20. It was about food, and we left that at 20. We had child development at 12.6 because, again, food issues. Project Reach is at 8,000. Cove is at 15. Boys and Girls Club, we had at 15. Stepping Stones is pretty much in the cement at 25,000. Counseling Center, we had zeroed out. Let me talk about that really quick. After my remarks at the last meeting, I got an email from the Counseling Center. And one of the things they were stressing, my contention, and they did agree, they get insurance, and they have sliding scales, and they get money from state here and there. But what they wanted to do was to expand some of their group meetings and things for people who need those services. And I didn't know if you wanted to reconsider $5,000 or not, but I didn't. I left it at zero. Now the children's advocacy, we had at 5,500. Pet partners, Sean has at 5,000. Their request is 15, and I wrote, we had 15 down, but I thought we were going to bring it down to 10. Is that correct?
I thought we had talked about leaving everything the same
See, I was at,
at the fiscal year 22. So I thought we had, talked about leaving everything the same besides the counseling center at that point in time.
Well, if we leave it at 22, then we've got senior center. It's the only thing that's going to be.
With the adjustments of the food service increases with the senior center, the child development, Project Reach, those increases there, I think, is how we were talking the last time. Because I agree with the increases for those due to the fact that of the increase in cost of food and everything else.
Let me kind of address some other elephants in the room here. I know if we give these, I think there'll be some people that will have some, well, I don't want to say hurt feelings, but some reservations. Staff has worked really hard to cut everything, and they don't think, if we don't cut these, they don't think we're being fair. But I think they need to understand that these organizations, they help us with cleanup. They are the organizations we go to pass all our bond elections. Our 6 penny comes from their help, and those kinds of things. So, and then there are people out there in need, and it's a vulnerable population. And if we don't support some of these, we will find these people in different arenas where they're not getting the help they need. So I think, given the fact that we don't have to cut any positions, we're saying the capital budget is what they are recommending to us. I would hope that the staff would be comfortable if we did this.
See, that was my take. I thought we were gonna leave everybody the same for the exception of some of these agencies that have to buy food for children. That was where I was at. And then, I also think it's only fair that we give these agencies the same amount that we gave them last year, because when I was asked at one time to serve on the committee to go out and support the 6th penny and the 5th penny, one of my jobs that the board gave me, this committee gave me, was to go to the outside agencies and talk to them about their support on this tax. And they did all they could to help us get some of this money. And so that's my feeling about these nonprofits. But being the time that we're in, and the
Inflation.
budget that we were first presented, I thought, gee, you know, if we just kept them the same, that would be a plus for them, and for the exception of those agencies that feed children.
I just want to say also that these are the organizations that without their, we would live in a pretty crappy place if we didn't have Cove and so these different organizations working. A lot of them are powered by volunteers, and I don't know how many volunteers you would have if you counted them all up from these different organizations, but a lot of them are working for free also. So I have no heartburn with funding them. I do believe we should reduce some of the places that do have income outside of the norm, and leave the rest of them at least where they were last year.
See, one of the problems that we have is the city of Rollins ends up carrying the majority of these nonprofits, especially those nonprofits that go to Saratoga, Encampment, Bags, and then they come to the city of Rollins for their funding because the county won't fund them. I know I was at a meeting, I was on a county board, but at a meeting at the county during budget time when they decided not to fund any of them. And so I remember the agencies talking about this outside the door. So I don't think that's fair to the people of Rollins either, but that's what it is. We do our budget first, they do their budget next, they know what we give, and if they don't want to give any, they don't give any.
So Mayor, are you saying we should reduce senior services to 15,000, which,
No, I think
or
they,
just leave it the way we had it?
I think the way we had it.
Okay. Then what I want to point out is a difference of $71,000.
So, as for the counseling center, what is the number there that you have written down? I have, it's up at 30. Last year was 25, and I agreed to cut some of that due to the insurance, you know, money off insurance. And I did receive an email from them also. I think we all did. And I read that closely. And a lot of that's the funding that they use here is for groups and stuff that the state fundings and everything else that they receive does not cover. So I just was curious. It shows 30,000 last year, 25,000. What was the cut that you guys were thinking?
Zero.
So
We zeroed it out.
I thought, are we still in agreement to cut 100% or give them a little bit to help with that?
Under the circumstances, I would move it back to 10.
10,000. I would agree to 10,000 also.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
The
Carbon County.
counseling center.
Carbon
the
County
Counseling.
Counseling.
And the reason I'm changing my attitude about it is, of course, that letter too, and they pointed out a lot of the community service that they do above and beyond what they're paid to do. So some of it is paid for, a lot of it is not, so
So we're
that's,
basically trading the chamber. Okay, yeah, that works out. We're back to 81,000, no. We're still $71,000 difference from what Sean's budget was proposing versus what we wanted to do. And I think all the reasoning for it is legitimate. Okay, we've agreed on that. Do you want us to reread this to you?
Please.
Okay. Chamber 0, EDC 15,000, Old Pen 20, DDA 50, Airport 20, Senior Services 20, Child Development 12,600, Project Reach 8,000, Cove 15, Boys and Girls Club 15, Stepping Stones 25, Counseling Center 10, Children's Advocacy 5,500, Pet Partners. Did we have? I think we cut that to 10. So
I
let's.
believe we did too.
So 10,000 for Pet Partners. Because they weren't feeding people, they were handling pets.
I believe.
Okay, that's what I have. Okay. Next.
What do we say on that child advocacy?
Child Advocacy.
We left it at 5,500.
Yeah, 5,500.
Okay.
And they've got an increased lows.
What was the total?
I don't,
Well, we took 15 off the old pen, 20 off the airport, 20 off of the counseling center, and 5 off of Pet Partners.
Okay.
Correct?
I believe that.
The 4 changes.
yeah.
Well, 5,
5.
chamber 0.
Chamber 0.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Next, what's next?
Okay, next.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, I'm good.
You're the mayor.
You're the boss.
And we will stay live with sound.
Thank you.
On YouTube?
We are on YouTube.
Sweet.
We're on YouTube and Facebook. And
Is it, did it clear up on Facebook when she switched over to that? Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's 22 now, that is.
So usually the company will.
We won't broadcast on Facebook anymore after tonight. We'll broadcast it, we just, we will do things to it. But we'll start doing just YouTube.
We just put the link on Facebook. Oh, that's good. I think it's an engineer, so I was just curious. Might get a lot more attendance. Everybody.
Yeah, well, a lot of people come. Yeah, my face on it is in the meeting.
That's good.
When people pay attention, just.
I'll follow up.
Until we get out on the roads.
I just keep hitting this because my arm is too big. See, and I told you I lost
I gotta talk to that guy. I got him. You take off.
We're still working on our jurisdictions. The last interim state allows jurisdictions to give them floods. We would have to introduce a
I wish we were in some already.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to this one.
I mean, I got a lot of Thursdays with some good comments last year.
No, I really, I wanna get that program up where again, to where we're on a year, every summer, we have a program set up.
Oh, I'm good here.
How are you?
Do I need to grab a
Yeah.
Okay.
brings out Ligma. I live on a second. Going somewhere warm for 2 weeks. We're gonna go over my
I was about ready to get Linda to scream. I was gonna say, not only take 10,000 out of the 50 and give it to the chamber. They live downstairs anyway, right next door.
Well,
That's why we nice with our neighbors.
they started collecting rent, and they never had rent before.
Yeah.
So how much is that rent? And that, I feel comfortable taking that off of there. But you notice that didn't get nothing. But that's just ammunition for now. That'll come up later.
They were paying, I think, 6,000 years.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I remember that whole thing. I was involved in that back then too. The party came to the council and stuck up for the chair. And you know what happened? I wasn't a member. But what they did then was quit sending emails. Because they found out I wasn't a member, why we sending them emails. So then Maryland got
Ben, have you
calls me.
seen some
He
nice
says,
weather
"How come you
to
aren't coming
go
to these
swing a
ribbon
club
cuttings?"
yet?
I said, because I quit getting email.
I know,
She goes, when did you quit that? I said, when they found
I
out
worked
wasn't
extra
there."
an extra day on Monday, and that was the nicest day, right? And I'm like, I'm out there working, I'm thinking,
I said, well, they don't think so. And then I never did,
I helped them
I
out
never-
one year because
Lori, I was a member, I bet 4 or 5 times. But then they do something.
What'd you get?
Just, I'm not doing it. And then they come back around and then they go this way.
I've
then
been
that, and then this.
debating.
and they just don't seem to work hard.
I want a new iron set and woods, you know, but we'll see if I get there.
And you can't have 2 girlfriends. They don't work together. They work against each other. And if they would, I wish they'd be so competitive that they would try to show each other up.
Why is it then that places like Cheyenne and Laramie, they seem to work together?
I just, how much does it cost to get fitted?
Personally. You know, one time I went over to Saratoga and that old guy.
That's not
corner.
My
McBride. I said to him, I said, man, I wish Wetlands was
So,
like
and then they
Saratoga, all
custom
work
fit
together.
each club to,
And you get along.
and tailor like
Oh,
walls.
he goes, we fight. That's when I first started. He said, and then on
That-
Friday. we
Yeah,
put
no,
it
it's
away.
100%, right?
We
You
run,
know, like
run
for
that
me,
weekend.
there's a
And
problem
then
with
when
7
Monday comes, we fight again. And you know, I watch it, and that is the truth. That's how,
Or
it's just a small
maybe
community, but they.
when 7,
But that's not
you know what I
a real
mean?
bad
So it's
thing,
such
you
a
know?
big difference.
If they're discussing.
It depends on a lively
It'll,
discussion.
I don't know, Eli's talked
Brings
about
out
it
the
too,
things
it's
if you
good,
have
and I'm
to
like,
try.
I can't bring myself to.
I know when they had that, when they put the
A new
heated
set,
sidewalks
get
up,
fitted is how much?
boy, there was a screaming and a yelling going on down there.
About 2,000,
And they never worked.
And that Joe and that.
but you use them forever, I guess.
This will be my last
The votes,
session,
you don't,
so.
you don't go up. You don't go up.
They were fun.
I can see that.
I remember one time in one of these discussions, we talked
I'm
about
just, I'm
putting
thinking of buying a new set, I'm not sure yet
electric
exactly what.
heat underneath that underpass, and they did. But because the water underneath there, they got a short, they burned the whole thing, all the way, it was a waste of money.
Yeah. Debbie's been trying to clean out that tunnel over here. And
we'll see. Haven't swung
I told
one
her
for
going over
months
there every
now.
day is stupid. Go over there once a week or something. And so she'll go
Maybe-
over in that
maybe
van.
Monday.
We have one of them fans.
Yeah.
She'll fill the whole thing completely up with weeds.
Oh, yeah, tumbleweeds, yeah.
Yeah. And I told her, I said, just turn mine off. And
Towards them, son, though.
just go down the next one. But,
I've been telling them about our underpass. They see it, they go by there.
if they would clean off that right
Well, I
hand
told them
side.
to put a screen, chicken wire or something on that railing outside like that. And they'll pack up against it instead of having to dig them out of that underpass. But they don't do it. I don't know. We'll see what
Now
happens.
remember, these are,
Huh?
Look on this first page. Salary and stuff.
yeah,
How is that? When new elections coming
and
and the.
it don't have that now.
What's that?
Or right here, this,
But you have to
oh,
remember.
right here.
So Terry, the other thing is you have to remember that 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are in.
Well, but 66 divided by 7 is more than, just divide it, just do the math.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do real quick, so.
Take 12,000 off, because that's what I get a year, for the mayor.
Oh, minus 12?
Right, and then divide that by 6. Minus 12, divide by 6.
It's 9,000, so you
Divide by
that
12.
Right?
Yeah,
750?
is that how much it is? Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, so that's.
So that's right, okay. I wondered about that too. Do you know, travel and training, guess how much total is in here?
So,
Just take a guess.
sorry, 130.
Just get close. 141.
So on my last marker of my other one, there was a bunch of stuff marked up that I didn't know to see this right away, right?
Looks different.
Yeah, so. But that's where I kind of lost.
All right, so
Let's go with it.
are we ready to go again? What's next? What do you want to go through next, Sean?
Let's jump over to the COLA and bonus proposal. So here's, and I was just talking with Councilwoman Smith just a minute ago. Even though we've got about $500,000 now that we're short to break even. I think that if we were to do some sort of early retirement package and we see some savings, ongoing savings from that we could pull off basically breaking even with doing some sort of COLA increase. I would, and our employees have not seen a COLA in quite some time, and I think it would go a very, very long way to support them. If the council is open to that, I would like to maybe discuss it 2 or 3%.
How much?
2 or 3%. With the
I-
intention that we look at early retirement to try and offset this.
I would love to give some kind of raise to them at this point in time because it's been a while. My thought is and Councilwoman Smith had mentioned this, I believe, in a form of a bonus because it don't affect the bottom line of the general fund at this time until we can make sure. But if we could maybe possibly see what kind of bonus we could give out, maybe 1 or maybe 2 bonuses through the year to, I mean, trust me, they're appreciated. All of you all are appreciated. But with the financial situation it is now, I don't want to see anything added to the bottom line if we don't have to right away. And I get the early retirement, but I think we could maybe offer a bonus or 2 through the year to help show them that they're appreciated and their work is not gone unnoticed. And I think it actually maybe works out to be a better situation sometimes.
To me, the big difference in a COLA raise, well, first of all, I do believe the people that work for the city haven't had a raise and they need
Right.
one. And I absolutely see that, but a raise can be in many different forms. The one that makes me the most comfortable, of course, probably isn't the one that makes everybody else the most comfortable, but to me, it is more comfortable to give a bonus because it's a one-time deal. It's not committing, I don't know what's gonna happen next year. I would rather give bonuses this year than to give COLA raises and then turn around and have layoffs because we can't meet that commitment. And I'm telling you, layoffs are just something I just really don't want any part of, but I have no problem with giving a bonus. I think that's a safer way, and it's the same, it's money, it's the same thing. It just comes in a different form.
Well, I've looked at the 2% and the 3%. I've looked at the $1,000 bonus. $1,000 bonus is less than $100 a month. They still have to pay all of their employee matches on that. So they're not hurting any. I don't know if they're hurting retirement or not, but they would not be hurting their Social Security or anything like that because they still show that as their income. But I think if I'm right on this, can I say this, Sean? What Dan thinks we might have rather than what we really think we have right now? He thinks we have more money than we do, than we know tonight.
We've heard that a lot.
That's what I was gonna say. I'd like to see it in front of us before,
I spend it.
yeah.
But I think,
I was campaigning on that, how much money we had.
so anyway, I want to do something for the employees. There's people out in the field that haven't had raises or COLAs for 2 years. If we can, I don't know if we want to put it in the budget and then see how it works out in the end and then come back and we have to cut it, or but everybody is right on the $1,000 bonus, is that it's something we could do and it doesn't affect the bottom line in future years. We can go back and maybe look at that study again next year after we know what November revenues bring in and what the trends are in income. But anyway, I would prefer to do raises and COLAs, but I think, I don't know. Tell me what you want to do, guys.
I just did.
What?
Anyway.
Oh, Guy heard you. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Just wait one second. One other thing, I guess, to add to the conversation, I did meet with every department head a little while ago, and I kind of just pushed the envelope a little bit and to discuss like an attrition plan. And we do have something in front of me that we'll go there in just a minute, but as certain employees do leave the organization, I do think that there are some very realistic ways that we can be more creative and get delivering the same service without certain individuals. And so I realistically think that by going through some of that attrition, that we could get pretty close to breaking even with expenditures over revenues in the general fund. But of course, that will take some time as well to actually see that come to fruition. I don't have that officially here to show you right now because I wanted to spend more time with department heads so they felt really comfortable with that, but I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Well, I also know when people retire, they end up cashing in their sick and their vacation and such like that, so that's a pretty big bump when they quit. So, how that totally would affect us, I don't know. Yeah, we don't have to pay them next month, but this month, we have to pay them a lot. And so the bottom line, you know what I mean, how that translates through, I just don't know. But the difference between giving a certain percentage of a raise or a bonus it's like, are 4 quarters more than $1? Cause it's only $1 and it's 4 quarters. Same money. That's how I see it. Councilman Weisenberg?
So I've seen attrition plans through private corporations several times, but the problem I see in our situation, and maybe, I don't know if it's been thought about that much, but over the course of the years already, we've lost, the last 5 years or 3 years, we've lost a lot of institutional knowledge with our departments. And institutional knowledge, is key to operation of the city. So we start offering an attrition plan to people that's been here for years and years that we might be able to train or get some more knowledge out of them. I think that could be a catastrophic thing in the end too. So that's my thought with an attrition plan also. Just looking at the future of our organization here.
You're saying early retirement plan?
Yeah, that early retirement, I mean, we lose how much more?
That's a consideration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe rather than talking about COLAs right now, we can go through the funds and see if there's any personnel matters that you want us to take a look at. Sean, maybe that would be where we need to go.
Yeah, let's go to that.
And then we can come back to the COLA versus the,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another document that I put in front of you. It's the initial attrition plan. If you wanna bring that document. So I've got in here, currently in the FY '23 budget, I pulled out the deputy city attorney, I'm just going bottom to top here. Pulled one custodian and then an equipment mechanic, and these are all vacant positions, so it's not impacting any individual. You can see in here that I still have put in an admin assistant, and changing Stephanie into the administrative services director role. And then also, what's not showing here that's part of this is the HR specialist is still in our current budget. I just want to share my thoughts with you that I feel really strongly that we should continue to keep that HR specialist because it helps all of our employees. Having been in an HR department of one for 5.5 years, I can speak to what it's like to go from 1 to 2 and how that impacts our employees. So I really want to see that one stay in there. And then the reason I still have the admin services one in here, and I did talk to the department head team about this. I was not trying to hide this at all to anyone, but this will, and making this sort of change will help all of our department heads. And it should be able to make a difference for their employees when we're able to provide some better services to them. And I believe that this also helps so that I can provide better service to the council as well. I think that this is a big impact item, and so I still have got this on the list.
I want to address something a little bit to see, I looked at all the positions in the different departments. I went through every one of that list of who's in the positions in different departments. And what I also found out is the city clerk used to have a deputy, and then there was an administrative assistant position. We took one deputy position and gave that to HR. We took the other position and made it into communications. So we basically took 2 positions out of the city manager's office to do the 2 things that we wanted to do with HR and communications. And as a result, it has made it's made it a little bit hard to get everything done. And I'm not complaining, Lynn, not at all. There's no reflection of that at all. But I do think that once we did that, we affected the city manager's office. If we had to cut, I wouldn't even entertain adding any positions. But when you realize we took away 2 positions out of that office, now I understand why it's an issue.
I think the positions were taken out of that office but moved to another position that they thought was needed or is needed, right? Is
yeah.
how that works. But in prior years, before there was ever an HR, and I agree HR is needed, but, you know, I think HR was city manager to begin with. So they've created a whole different department, right, that took some of the relief off of the city manager to begin with that.
One thing was the HR position was brought on because of a lot of the problems that we had. We had people that were having insurance problems, we had people that were on sick leave, problems with their insurance. It was a nightmare. So the HR come on and handled a lot of those things, personal complaints. I think that position to me is a very, very
Needed.
important position
Yes.
for the city.
Yes.
I agree.
I agree with that, and the city clerk used to handle all of the work comp cases, all of the paperwork for the HR. It wasn't the city manager, although he did effectuate decisions, but it was the paperwork that flowed through the city clerk's office. But I do think that we need to look at that because it is a position that we've taken away from the duties of the clerk. And she should be able to at least have, or you know, I'll say city manager's office should have that position to, and I have changed my mind from my former position on it. My former position was we did not have the audits, we didn't know what money we had. I didn't have a firm grasp on just what position was in what department. And so with that, I've said my piece, I guess, and I think that if we were cutting positions, I would feel differently.
I still don't wanna add anything at this point in time, any positions, until we have the audits. I've made that firm and clear the whole time, and I'm not gonna differ from that, and that's my stance on that, so everybody understands and knows where I'm at still.
Sure, could you do what we did with the code enforcement officer? We approved it, but we froze it. How we knew we had the money. Or till we got the audit is why it got frozen.
And that position's already been taken out,
Yes, that's
So-
part
so-
of 11 the 7 that we're not funding.
So, yeah, and there's the problem is some of these people, the positions that's not gonna be funded now to help with that project, or to help with them, is to me, boots on the ground in a way, in certain aspects of things, and now we're just adding another position to, an administration position, and I think it's tough to say we're not gonna add a person that helps run the city and on boots on the ground compared to someone doing that kind of work. Sorry.
Sean, it doesn't sound like we need the boots on the ground more than we need an administrative position, correct? Is that the general? You,
Out of the position, you're saying?
well, you spoke with all your departments and they all agree that this is more important than boots on the ground right now.
Yeah, if anyone would like to speak to that, it might be nice to hear
Yeah.
from some of them, because
That'd be
I think
great.
it's just me talking to it, but, I really do think, if I'm understanding what you're saying, this is gonna help. I really do.
I completely agree with that. Just to give us some more help and being able to access city manager a little bit better, it would be to our benefit as well.
would really support having an administrative assistant position for the city manager's office, because I see Sean and Lynn and the communications director early in the morning, and they're here late at night, and they're just working their tails off, and I'm worried that some really good people are gonna get burned out, and having the support of that administrative assistant would help take some pressure off of all of them, but in particularly Sean, who's trying to give good service to the city, good service to the council, good service to a big staff. I really think that supporting him to get this help would be a good decision for the council.
I happen to agree, Honorable Mayor, City Council, that the position for an assistant would improve the workflow that we have and help expedite processes where currently the amount of work is very taxing. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Sean, when is our audits gonna be in? The first one should have been here by now.
Yeah, he is coming back, I think this week he went out of the country. He just needs to make like the last week and we'll have that FY '20 budgeted, or the audit officially. And then, when he gets back, I was gonna schedule the next time for him to come out. He'll start jumping into the next one, FY '21 here really soon. I would say probably within just 2-3 weeks, they'll be into the next.
So we'd have it maybe by July 1st? Well, you can't predict, but I didn't know if you had any scuttlebutt.
I'm not sure, because I was waiting to kind of get the contact.
What do you wanna do?
I'm still firm. Just letting you know, Councilwoman Smith, I'm still firm. I'm not adding anything. Not even putting it in and freezing it. We froze positions already and I had to remove them right now, so I'm still firm on that.
Just one other comment, I don't know if this helps or not, but, I understand the concern about the audit. This number that we've come to, the $436,000 where we're exceeding the expenses over revenues. Let's see, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought, what I was gonna tell you. About this too much.
You found more money.
So the audit really clarifies our cash balances.
Yes.
The audit, I don't actually need the audit to be able to tell us where our expenses are over our revenues, because we know what that is right now. I was just scrolling over here, this is what I calculated, if you can see that, I don't know if you can see that or not, but this is every department right here. And these are all the expenditures, and that equals 11,900,000, and then the total revenues, 11,400,000 right there. So I don't need the audit to tell me where the expenses over revenues are to be able to make a decision on personnel. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense to me, but at the same time, I wanna see what was carried over all the time. 100% know that balance first, before I ever would say yes. I've stuck by that, and I'm still firm on that.
I can tell you, I'm okay with this position, but I also would want it frozen until we see our audit. That's where I'm at. I wanna see how much is in the purse before we go to the grocery store.
Okay, and Tabari, what's your feeling?
Wasn't that what Linda said? Why don't we go ahead and put it in
Freeze it.
and then freeze it till such time that we get our audit?
That was one of the things she said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I kind of go along with
Can you
something
go
like
along
that.
with that?
Freeze
I
it till we
understand,
see, and then
Chris.
if we get the wrong numbers, or we're not happy with the numbers that the audit gives us, then we can make that decision.
That's what I think we should do.
Okay, and Daryl, you go along with that, so
Yeah.
is Aaron on the line?
Aaron, can you hear us?
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
What are you feeling, Aaron?
That might not be what to ask.
No, okay, let me rephrase this, okay? What are your thoughts about the position, Aaron?
About the what?
What are your thoughts about putting in administrative assistant in the city manager's budget? And then because of the audits that we don't have yet, we put it in there, and if everything's green and a go, then we can go ahead with it. If we don't have the audits back and we have poor cash or even poor revenue, then we freeze it. Or we freeze it from the beginning, and then but it's in the budget and it's budgeted for the city manager's office. So tell us what you think.
So I'm comfortable with the position. I think it's well needed and well earned, and I honestly think that we're gonna lose good people without it. So I mean, if it's the quorum that basically put the position in and freeze it, then I would support that. I'm comfortable with the position, but if that's what everybody's gonna go with, then I'm not gonna fight that, if that makes sense.
Okay, but,
So yes, I'm comfortable with that.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that you were letting us know. Okay, well,
What's the salary on that?
Sean?
The admin assistant is 40,000 salary, just guessing. Benefits, if it's a family member, would be 31, so a total of 71.
What's
Well-
next? We good?
Yeah, I think
Let's move
we've
on.
given you the go-ahead on the position to put it in the budget. We'll leave it frozen until we get our first revenue pictures coming in, but at least it'll be in the budget, Sean.
We're gonna go back to the COLA?
We, do you need us to approve your administrative switch to administrative service director? Do you need, we don't have a position, by the way, that has administrative services director. So we would have to approve a position.
That's the one we're gonna get rid of,
No,
the administrative service.
no,
That's
no,
adding.
that's adding. What he's planning to do, may I speak to this, Sean, or would you like, I prefer you do it.
Okay. So basically, what this will do is, the administrative services director would just be adjusting Stephanie into a new role, and she would be able to help me with the higher level needs of the city. Just like some individuals I've spoken to today, I'll be able to help with Stephanie, more people of our department head team. It'll give me more time with the council, which I really need to. So she still does the HR position, and then this would just be adding just some different duties. And then the admin assistant will, in order for her to be able to take on some more duties, the admin assistant would take on some of the more basic level things. Does that make sense? It's kind of just shifting things around a little bit.
And you're still wanting to fill the HR specialist position, and that was in the budget. So just know, we froze it, or we said we didn't want it, that's part of that $758,000 we were saving. And so now it's back in the budget for HR specialists, and then we've just added the administrative assistant
Where is it added back in?
They didn't.
in the HR line item. I'm talking about the specialists, it's in the
Yes,
HR
yes.
line, and salaries in
It's not
HR.
on
It's
You
just
told me.
existing in the FY
I thought, how'd that get added back in if we all said that we're not adding no position before this?
It's a proposed budget. It's
an
tentative.
existing position already.
Yeah, and I thought this was showing all positions, it was not being backfilled, and so it's already being backfilled after we had talked about it.
It's frozen right now.
But it's in the
not
budget.
billed. Yeah, it's in
Yeah,
the
no,
budget.
and I understand that, but when I'm looking at numbers, I wanna see what the numbers are, and then we could add that number back in, not when we said, hey, we're not adding any of these or filling any of these positions, I should have cut that out.
I don't think we said that. I thought what we had asked them to do was to review everything and come back with their best recommendations, and that included positions or no positions.
I thought the positions were a done deal, like we were not to reduce that.
Okay, the HR specialist was on the list of 7 positions that we said they were vacant and we were not gonna fill them. But this is a proposed budget, and he's requesting that position. He wants to change the duties and raise the money of commensurate with the position, so that's up to you guys on what you wanna do. We would have to approve the position because we don't have a position named Administrative Services Director.
Now, that job there would work with the existing HR. Does that sound?
That, the HR, she would still
Specialist.
remain, okay, the specialist would work under, as it has been, under the HR director. So the HR director would be duties reassigned, but still she would be responsible for all the HR and everything that goes on with HR. Only he's wanting to add back in the HR specialist because he wants to make sure that employees are served, and that was the thought process. Tell me what you want to do.
So currently, the salaries show 105,000.
I thought it was 125.
Well, no, for the 21-22, and it's proposed for 22-23 to 125,000 and not the 105. And if that's the case, that position's already in at the 105,000, where'd the $20,000 come from?
That's the,
That would be an adjustment if it's your top one. It's the admin services director, and it's changing that salary, to be reflective of the position.
So the admin salary is going on manager's office, correct? No?
it's still gonna be an
The
HR.
HR budget, yeah, the one that you're looking at, the 125.
So that's 71,000. So that won't reflect this. That's 20,000 more. That's not 71,000 more. You see where I'm coming from on that?
Okay, so where are we getting the, okay, if you prefer, or, I'm sorry, let me back up. Where are we going to be able to get the adjustment money? I think it isn't reflected like it should be in or in HR.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm showing that it's currently 105,092. It's gonna go to 125,000. That don't reflect 71,000, or it don't even reflect the 40,000 actually.
That's true.
So where are we getting the rest of that?
It doesn't, the FY '23 budget does not have the admin assistant built in there yet, because I wanted to see what the council's pleasure was on that. The admin services one, I did happen to put that one in there for consideration already.
So
Okay.
that's the 17,000.
So-
that's
Yeah.
above.
Yeah, basically right around that.
So what's the 25 or 20,000 increase without the admin position in there?
So
No.
that's if we're gonna do the change. If the council would like to do the change, then that would be reflected in that budget.
As the admin services director,
Correct. Yeah.
But
which is this plus
Could you tell us all what administrative services would be the duties that would be required of that position? Other than, I mean, HR plus whatever.
Yeah, HR plus, it's just the variety of things that come up every day from, it could be council requests, that she could help me with, it could be department head requests that, there's just such a variety of things that come at me every day in my role. And being able to say, hey, Stephanie, please, go and address this issue, go and, step in here and help with whatever it may be. But I need someone that's got the higher level skills to be able to jump in and help out with that so that I can, she can be able to help all department heads, and that also frees me up more to be able to assist, our department heads as well, where I can focus more on them. Does that make sense?
It does, but I would ask you, duty-wise, if you have a new administrative assistant in your office, would that position not take some of those duties? Or perform some of those duties, or, so it's a level of a higher level of need than administrative assistant, like I used to be, could handle?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a higher level lead
Okay,
and understanding.
Seems to me that we're gonna have to budget for a larger building. We keep putting staff in here. We got more staff in this building than we had in the whole history of Rollins. Every year we add more staff, and I don't have I had a document that showed how many people we've added.
we've added 10.
How many?
10.
No, I counted 11, I guess, but 10's good.
But
But
10
still,
and
what
a
I'm
quarter or
saying- What
something.
I'm saying,
10 and a half.
our population's going down. Our population in our community went down. And I see a lot more people at City Hall. I'm not so sure that we need to be going that direction right now when money's tight. We don't have tons of money to be, I guess we do have a lot of money. We bought a dog run, we bought a skateboarding pond. I guess we can add an employee. That's my thought. It just seems like to me that we just keep adding and adding and
Except that we just pulled our budget down to now a deficit of 500,000 from, what was it?
1.2, 1.7.
1.4, I thought.
I mean, you see the effort that's going in right now across the board. I also am gonna point out to you that from when we got here, the community survey, from what it was to what it is now, we're doing better. We are doing better. And it's because we're putting the right people in the right place and we're supporting them. And if we wanna continue on that trajectory, then I'm asking for council support to get what I need to be able to continue in that direction.
I appreciate the community saying, in that survey saying we're going in the right direction, but you can only go in the right direction with money. And if you don't have money, we cannot continue to add things or add people to a bottom line to stay that, or to increase that way. We can, I think with what we have, we might be able to level out and continue that way, not at the rapid growth we were, but that's something that the community will have to understand with the situation we're in, and that's how I feel with it.
I will go back to the fact I will support both of these changes, but I want them frozen until the audit comes. I'll just repeat where I'm at.
Damari?
I don't have a problem with that. I thought that's what we decided on.
We decided on administrative assistant, we didn't decide on bumping
Oh, I see what
or
you're saying.
changing to a new position that we haven't yet
Okay,
approved,
I
but,
follow what you're saying.
but we could put it in the
Yeah.
budget and freeze it.
So that, sorry.
Carol, do you have feelings?
No,
Of
I'm-
course you
I'm-
have feelings, I'm sorry, what are your feelings about this?
No, I support doing both of those and freezing them. I
Okay.
think if we freeze it and then make sure we're good.
So I go back to this $20,000 increase that I want to know about. Is it because we're doing a different position and the salary for a different position is different?
Is it 20,000?
The 20,000 is this first line item here.
Is it just rounded up?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, I put 15,000 in here, 2,000 in benefits. I always build in a little cushion into a budget, so that's why you see a 20,000 in there basically. And I do that with all the budgets. So that's what it is if you support that, then.
So it's a 17,000 going into that instead of the 20, because you rounded it up.
Yeah, it's essentially, yeah, that's a good way to look at it, it's just rounding up.
We all in agreement?
Yeah, if we freeze it,
All right, that's what we decided. Let's move on. What's next?
What did we decide?
We decided to allow both of those changes to take place, but they're gonna be frozen until we get an audit, and then we can unfreeze them
I'll
if.
agree with that.
Okay, you said you would, so
Okay,
I thought you would.
I was trying to
Okay.
follow you.
Oh, this is confusing.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is.
it don't take much to confuse me, but
I just want
I
you
just
to
wanna
know-
move on. If that's what we decided, I mean,
Yeah, you
we
decided.
can
it.
beat it to death or,
I just want, though, to
Move
make
on.
sure that when the time comes, it has to be a position approved by this council, because it's not in our positions right now. I'm done.
okay, what's next?
On the comment and question section of this booklet, we've talked, oh, actually, I think we need to go back to the bonus. I don't think
The
we
COLA
need to-
bonus.
COLA, I think I can see the direction we're going with it. But what's the council's pleasure if it's gonna be a bonus? Stephanie's put together, the cost there at the bottom, so $500 per, based on 105 full-time positions would be 52,000 roughly. And then 1,000 per person would be about 105,000.
I think the $1,000 per person, because it closely matches what a COLA raise would be. That's why I picked that one.
I would second that. The other thing with that is I don't know how that's structured out, but I do know how bonuses work in taxes and everything else. I don't know if it's beneficial to split that into two,
It wouldn't
the
matter
year.
because a year's a year.
but the amount at one bonus to another, you see what I'm saying?
Well, you have to wait till your revenues come in, and that's November when we get the biggest taxes from the county.
Okay,
So
so just a
we
one
can,
time.
we
type.
could do
Okay.
it. And I don't know, I think last time it was structured, new folks who hadn't been here a year and stuff like that, to make it more fair for the people who've been here.
Prorate it.
Yeah, I want to give COLAs because it's deserved, but I don't think in this environment, I mean, we made the street department cut huge amounts of money out of there so he could balance the budget. So I want, the sacrifices that all of these other people have made really means a lot to me, but I think we better take care of our people, or we're not gonna have them. And I could go along with the COLA, or I could go along with the larger amount of bonus. Either one, we have to take care of.
I'm gonna take the stand that we support the $1,000 bonus.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the rest of you folks?
Sean, on the attrition plan, we have a number of 158,000. That would be the remaining amount of money saved from those positions cut, correct?
Yeah,
So-
that number is the same.
And that would be a yearly amount?
Yes.
But the
Given-
first year would that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But the first year, does that number include, the paying out of the, I'm sorry, vacation and sick time and stuff like that? Does this, when you say we're saving that much, then is it $158,000 minus what we would be paying them in their vacation and sick and stuff, so it might not be anything?
I guess the 158 would be more reflective of the ongoing savings.
No, actually, it's
No,
strictly,
it's already vacant, so there isn't any
they're
additional-
vacant and, but they are strictly salary, not anything else. That was total,
So they're vacant, okay,
Yeah,
that
those
makes
are vacant
sense. So they
positions.
don't have vacation, and it's,
Right.
okay, I stand corrected, thank you.
And so with that, with the 158 and with the lack of COLA raises in the last couple of years, I would rather see the COLA raise on the 3%, for that, to help offset that. Since you're already offsetting it, 158, we need another 11, it looks like. And with everything going on right now, with the prices of inflation and everything that's hitting everybody, I think it needs to be a permanent thing and not just once a year thing. Every paycheck that they get monthly will help. I think that's better on them.
Okay, let me say this. I forgot where all, I don't have that list in front of me, but you have to look at that list and see what positions were in general fund and what was in enterprise funds on that
Yes.
list, because that makes a difference on the COLA and taking it all out of the general fund, because if any of those positions were in the enterprise funds, then there's not an issue. It's what's remaining to be taken out of the general fund.
I think it's all right here, correct? So this, the 169,000 is just out of the general fund, and it'd be 210,000
Oh, thank you. I
out
didn't-
of the enterprise funds.
Okay.
I think the thing is, and I appreciate your hard work. Don't think I don't, please. But I think when we talk about a 3% COLA, you got to think about this too. Is that 3%, right? And I know it won't go across the board at that, but say that 3% can turn in after a 40-hour work week turns into 4.5%. So overtime pay is, I don't believe is calculated into this, is it? At the 3%? So, and at this, I fear that we're adding to the bottom line of that budget on the general fund, that we're gonna get ourselves into another bind. So I just would stand at the $1,000 bonus this year and, look again next year when we maybe hopefully start getting some more revenue coming in.
We're gonna have to do this next year anyway, another 1,000, if anything. If we do this now, then we're helping offset the last couple of years of not doing it. I mean, I was just looking through here, I was looking at the council budget. They got a raise, we got a raise for
We didn't.
council.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Barry didn't.
but I mean, I would rather have seen that money go to these positions rather than ours.
And I'd
you
like to
know,
take that $6,000 out of the council budget too, that we have for a retreat. That's, given the circumstances, that's too excessive, so we need to take 6,000 out of the council budget.
Yep.
But we're
Well,
not
I have
on
a
that
perfect
yet.
place to spend that 6,000, and that is, there's no line item in here for the council to, if we would have to address an issue with an employee, you can't talk to an employee about an employee. So, there needs to be a line item on here. So if the council would happen to need advice about that sort of stuff, that we have to have somebody to go to.
we have some.
No, we don't. We can't talk to one employee about another employee, we just can't.
Let me explain, Daryl. We've had to go to outside attorneys on particularly our employee contracts where the council has 3 employees, because it is not fair to have the sitting city attorney upstairs to pass judgments on those 3 different contracts. There are, there've been extenuating circumstances where one of the former mayors and the city manager had some issues. They had to go to an outside attorney because of different issues, confidentiality, sensitive natures, just, it's no reflection on our city attorney. It is a reflection on the need at times to, not everything is perfect. And
So
I
for-
know that, there's just been some times over the last 7 years that we've had to engage outside attorneys for specific reasons.
And it wouldn't have to be a ton of money, you know, $5,000, $4,000, something like that.
Take the 6,000 then and
Well, this-
transfer it to
yeah.
the legal fund,
Or take, yeah, is there a?
which is,
Let's take it out of the,
It's already budgeted in the city attorney line item for outside counsel. It's currently at $10,000. It was previously budgeted at 20.
So we
Yeah,
could
I-
just move that to.
But can we move that to under the city council then? Because under
Well-
the city council part of it, it doesn't show that.
what I'd say to you, Mayor, is that we've got 2 ongoing cases now. Oh, keep my mouth shut. We have cases that we're engaging outside attorneys, and that needs to stay in there for those. This is incidental things that pop up that, well, I've said my piece on it, I guess. So, you know, if 6,000's gonna be all right, let's transfer
Yeah.
the 6,000 from the retreat and make a new line item in the council budget for legal for council. That's my suggestion. I don't know if anybody
I agree with
agrees.
that. I would like to see that happen.
Leave it where we're at, sorry.
Okay, well, we're back on COLAs, aren't we?
You know, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I do believe in COLA raises. I just, man, I'm telling you, if we give these guys raises and then a year from now, sitting out looking at the same people going, you can't work here anymore. You can't work here anymore because we don't have the money. I just don't want to get in that position, but I know, I'm like Councilman Weisenberg, I absolutely know how dedicated our employees are, and I believe they need that raise, and I guess if everybody wants to go that way, I would go that way also, and hold my breath next year. Simple as that.
We haven't heard from Aaron.
Good
Aaron?
morning.
Hello? I don't think he's there.
I'm pretty comfortable with whatever the three wants to go. I don't, as long as you're doing something, I think that's better than nothing. What was Sean's recommendation?
Well, we're split, Aaron. That's why I was looking for more input.
So what was Sean's recommendation?
Sean's recommendation is what we want to do, right? Not funny, but
This is tough. I think that if we can do, and I know what Councilmember Weisenberg said, brought up a good point too, but I think we could realize some savings with maybe some early retirement. And that could offset some of this. Sorry, I don't have a super strong recommendation. Maybe it's a mixture here, maybe you wanna do. maybe we could pull off the
2% and
2% and do a
500
bonus or
500
something,
for
to
Christmas.
maybe find some sort of
So if
middle
they go to
ground.
the COLA, that'll go longer,
Yeah.
because that stays with
That's
their
con-
wages all the
yeah,
time.
that's
forever,
continuing.
you know? And
But that also
the other
means,
one's cut off. Once we give them the money, we might not give them any the next year.
yeah,
Might not be able to.
yeah, the
So it comes down to, do you want to get your check in a bonus envelope or a COLA envelope?
and I was
But when they
thinking,
retire, they receive more money because their wages is higher.
Right. Right.
That's what you want.
yeah,
Well,
and the
yeah.
problem is with COLA, the people that are making the most money are the ones that realize more than the people that are working out in the field.
I agree.
So given that thought, I would love to give COLA raises because they're needed, but I think the most fair thing, given the fact that they've had to cut and cut and cut, is to give them a fair shot at everything across the bottom line with a bonus. That's what I think. I think that people, they need their COLAs, but given the situation, we don't know really where we're at.
To 500 and give them the COLA.
Give them a 2% and then 500,
Yeah.
that mixed it? Because that'd be only 112 plus 52, so that still adds
So
up
it'd
to
end up being
169.
152 or something to that effect, but regardless.
I think that would work.
Another idea that I haven't got to quite yet here is, so I don't know for how long this has occurred, but for a really long time, way before me, the employees, when we hire them on, after 6 months of being here, they finish up a probationary period, and then they get a 4% bump to show that they've, got to that point. One thing that we could do is we could, after a certain period of time, probably 6 months from now, so everyone could continue to have that going, we could not do the 4% increase anymore and realize some savings and then be able to do COLA. There's another just different way to do something.
And that would be that would affect only the new hires.
Yep.
And, okay.
And for a new hire, I don't think, in most places that I've worked, it's here's your new wage, and it doesn't usually adjust after 6 months. That was new to me coming here. I think we could realize some savings there and handle some COLA.
In the future, not this year.
I would say if we just said for all new hires starting like tomorrow, then in 6 months from now, we could start realizing that we just don't do that anymore, and so
So
so maybe by November, we're saving that 4% with, let's say it's by the end of fiscal year, maybe it's 10 to 15 new employees that aren't gonna get that extra 4%, but it won't feel bad to them because they're new to the.
So you're anticipating 10 to 15 employees leaving our organization this year, right now, and having to backfill those 10 to 15 positions currently, is what you're saying, in this year?
I'm saying in the new fiscal year, that's what I'm talking about, new fiscal year, there's always.
July 1st, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I'm saying, that's what I'm getting at. Fiscal year, you're anticipating 10 to 15 of our employees leaving and backfilling those positions again.
Right, unless some of those are pulling some back for attrition.
But we've only had, let's see, we've got one employee that I know of that was hired that's still within the 6-month hiring period. I don't know, I think most of the other folks have been with us over a year now, correct?
Some of the probationary periods are for an entire year, depending on which place they're put in. So like our police officers have a probationary period of a year.
Okay.
Where some of the other positions come in, that are 6 months. So we have quite a few that are still in that probationary period. And knowing that they were hired with that probationary.
We have to leave
period,
it.
We want to maintain that.
Yeah.
It would just be something that would phase out going forward if that's what council decided to.
And another thing too, anytime, someone vacates a position, there's gonna be usually some sort of savings, because you're starting them back low. If someone was here for, say, 3 years, they've potentially moved up a little bit, and you realize some savings almost every year just by that turnover.
This is so confusing, to be honest with you. I think our best bet's just give COLA raises at 3% and get it over with.
Compromise.
Then,
But then they wouldn't get anything at Christmas.
well, I'll give them some coal in their stocking. I mean, that's what I always
They'll
got.
love you.
Well, it's
They'll
cold in the
really
winter.
love
You
you.
can use. Well, look. So do you want to give them a COLA raise or a Christmas bonus or just a regular bonus? because it's all money and it goes in an envelope. The only difference is the envelope, folks.
Well, to me, the difference is the bottom line for next year. That's what makes it
Well, I
the
agree,
worst,
but-
right? And that's why I'm stuck at just
Yeah,
$1,000
Well,
right
and
now.
I honestly gotta tell you, the COLA thing, knowing they haven't had it for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm very motivated to give that to the employees, and like I said, next year,
There's a risk.
there is a risk, but I for one, feel pressured a little bit into doing what I have come to the conclusion is the right thing. And so I would push very hard to give them a 3% COLA raise, and,
This is only for non-contractual employees, correct?
correct.
Yeah. Because contracts are contracts, you don't raise those.
Well, and
Pardon?
like I said, it's so confusing,
Well,
Devari.
I suggested the 502%. Well, with 3,
It adds all up the same
it'll be
almost.
about the same. So
We're still looking at 169,000, no matter how we shake it out.
Okay, so how many people, how many of us will go along with that, with a 3% raise? I will.
I will,
There's 4, we're good.
but we're gonna have to be real careful. We may have to cut something out of capital just to do this.
So it's aware across
Just,
the board.
I don't wanna be laying off people next year. Well, I may not be here next year, but here I am today saying that, but
Well, I don't either, but this is a risk
I'm willing to
Willing to
take it
take.
because we have good employees. They haven't had COLA raises for 2 years. And I guess we just need to suck it up and do it.
and your trucks may not be all that shiny next year.
Now, we may have to take a truck away.
2, 5, you never know.
Well, we had the impact assistance that covered a lot of those vehicles, so.
Okay, so what's next?
Okay.
Moving on. I'm not trying to be pushy, I'm just know that we can talk about this stuff until, I'm young again.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Hey, you were almost young again not too long ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
Remember
next.
Yeah.
Next. Anything else?
The next item is in the comment question page that you're on there. This is a comment. The council's wages, as you all know, are not the same currently. And in FY '23, I programmed in, that they are all the same across the board. I think it should always be the same. This is me.
No, and I'll tell you why. The law is very strict about that, and I will tell you, when I was the chairman of the Connery County Commissioners for 2 years, I got $1,800 a month, and the other guys that didn't go to the meetings got $2,500 a month. And that went on for 2 years, and that's because there was an election. You cannot vote yourself a raise. So if we, as a council, would decide to raise the wages, the council's wages, in order to get that raise, we have to withstand an election. So that you're not, hey, guys, let's just pay ourselves $100,000 for this next year, and then I don't have to do this no more. And so it prevents that. Does that make sense?
But you can stagger, you can give a raise for the whole entire council and not give it until 2 years have passed. That's another thing you could do.
You can,
But
but-
we're not gonna do this, we're not gonna add to our council, salaries, even though we've had all 19, special meetings and stuff like that.
You guys have, not you guys, but the prior council had
Yes.
already voted on that.
Yes.
So the 4 that's going out,
Yes.
even if you get it brought back in, you will come in at the new rate.
Yes, I realize
Right.
that.
Once they
I'm
withstand.
just giving them heck,
Once
Bev.
they-
I want them to know I worked overtime for nada.
But in order to get that, you cannot vote yourself a raise. You can vote the next person in your seat a raise, which might be
Yes.
you,
But
if
you
you
can-
get reelected, but
But
you cannot,
You can stagger.
you have to withstand and that's why 4 people get paid one thing, 3 people get paid another until 2 years, and then everybody catches up. And that's where we're at.
I would, yeah, and I don't think at this point in time any, even though like Councilwoman Smith has said about the special meetings and all the meetings, 19 this year so far, 20, that, it would not benefit us in any way, shape, or form to try and think about someone else getting a raise or us getting a raise later.
Oh, I
Sorry.
thought about adding,
When I started at $10 a
yeah,
shot.
we didn't used to
$10 a
get
meeting.
paid. I thought about asking for $50 per extra for each special meeting. But you know, that comes out, when you times it all out, it's over $12,000 or close to $12,000 more in the line item. And I didn't figure, being election year, you can't do stuff like that, so. Anyway,
You guys are getting paid 50 cents an hour. What's the deal?
that's what I started making at 14 years old at the newspaper
I'll give you a
office.
3% raise. There's
Okay.
2 cents.
We're down, okay, so that, what we've agreed to do is a 3% COLA. And if Santa's good, we'll look at doing anything else that maybe we can do, but right now it's 3%.
So you guys better go talk to your friends and have them shopping locally. 'Cause, I mean, in all honesty, right? The people that's sitting out here can see the difference that has to deal with the cuts in the budget and stuff. It shows that when COVID was here, we had a lot of local shopping going on, and now look at the amount of income we actually have from tax revenue, and it's crazy amounts.
Did we
So-
get through all of the other funds here? Is there anything else in this that we need to discuss? Because I think we pretty well got the personnel done. The only thing we haven't discussed is the water, how the water projects is gonna come together and what we're looking at and when, and if we have to have bond elections, those kinds of things. Because that's a big elephant in the room, and I need to get a handle on it if I'm gonna go down and tell the
But-
governor to give us money.
There's been a lot of numbers thrown around, but I'm not convinced that I could stand up in front of a group of people and sell them on those numbers.
No.
Because we're not there yet. And will we get there? Yes, but I don't think we know enough to make that decision yet, to be quite honest with you. I don't. I mean, I don't, somewhere between 10 and $20 million is not an estimate. That's,
So, are we where we want Austin maybe and the team to talk to us about that whole entire project, the staging of it, how much we need at each stage? I think we're down to that. The other thing I wanted to say, Andrea, that's what it was. I needed to ask you if the USDA, do they require us to go out for bond or an election to be able to get their money? I don't remember what that was, but there was some caveat former years that we had to take it to the vote of the people.
I don't know, I will look into it, I don't think so. When I read some of your stuff, I don't remember seeing anything like that. I'd rather check into it and give you an answer, and I'm not sure about.
Thank you.
Sean, were you done with the comments and questions before we move to the water?
There's a few more in there, but.
Yeah.
There was the 40% after probation, which I
Talked about.
I'm kind of interested in doing that regardless of, because when someone new comes on board, you just give them a wage and it's like kind of an extra.
That's their
why
wage?
are we giving extra? So.
Well, if we start them out at appropriate salary, we wouldn't have to up it later.
I agree with getting rid of that.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So we're cut.
Practice this as soon as we're able to.
So is that something in the employee handbook that you have to change? Or where's that at?
It's already in there.
It's been, I don't know for how long it's been, the city has done that, but it's been there forever. But I think we should change it.
I think we need to find
I
where
think
it's
we're in
written down.
agreement
and
with
go.
that, Sean.
The other one in comments is just talking about the fee increases for water and recycle. Maybe we could take the easy one first. We talk about recycle for a second. If you go to your summary page, we'll be right to water here. So the normal recycling revenues over expenses we're gonna be, in order to just break even, we've gotta raise $2. And I think we should raise $3 so that we can be in the positive just a little bit we'd be in the positive 50,000. And that's, I think that's what we should do, because 50,000 is not that much. And we need to still be able to pay for ongoing expenses. So my recommendation is $30 increase to recycle.
Have you
Did-
guys seen a decrease in cost with the hauler moving your recycling for you?
Yeah, that would save money there.
Do we have numbers on that roughly to see how much that's saving? No?
I would, at this,
It saves man hours, which that's helped them quite a bit to,
you're, there's a,
probably has saved time for employees.
there's a
but as far
decrease
as
in
like a
hauling?
budget item, it probably hasn't saved
How is that?
fair amount on our budget, but
Their
it's saved
voice
time
notes
for us. Is that a fair statement? Did you hear that?
No, sorry.
So, it hasn't, I'm not sure if it's impacted the budget, but it definitely has saved them time, and so that they can,
What
they haven't been so as stressed out because that's saved time for them.
and we've increased amount of cardboard with that too, right? We gained quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so that would be.
so
that
you're,
would be a savings.
you said there's a decrease in the cost of hauling?
Yeah, so you guys. used to
What's
go
the
around
decrease?
in a- Used to go around in a van to collect the cardboard, is that right? And then, yes, why don't you speak to it?
For the Ben, is what you're talking about?
Yes, to recycle.
Um, Yeah, we took the west end and the south side bends away, so that made my whole crew be at the recycling center full time. And then they take in pretty much the same amount of bends that we usually have. They're still full like they usually were. The decrease in like, construction and household that was in them, it's definitely went down. We actually have more time to find more cardboard. Like they're doing the thing at the Alps this weekend, and we put a trailer over there. We'll be looking for more stuff like that to do. So, more time means finding more recyclables, means more revenue.
So we don't currently now, are we still currently going to businesses and collecting?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Most of our bins are set up through Derby Boys, and they pick up Friday and, Tuesday and Friday from the businesses. And after they get done picking up all the businesses, they bring it to us. So we don't even go pick up those. Derby Boys, helps us out and does that for us.
So I want to make sure I heard you right, and you just recently removed those things from South Side and the West End and stuff, those containers where people would put. Has enough time gone by for you to, and you might have said it and I missed it, has enough time gone by for you to see, has that affected the volume that the recycling center is receiving?
I have seen numbers change in the short amount of time that we've done this, but it's really into the landfill part of it. They're taking less to the landfill and still staying, pretty even with the recycling.
So the people that were going to those receptacles are now going to the recycling center? Okay, good.
And the
I
people
just
that were
wondered.
illegally dumping in those bins are now going to the landfill.
Yeah,
Because they have no,
right. Oh, I, owning a business in a dumpster all those years, I know, yeah. Animals. I got it, I had it all, you know?
so I guess I was just curious, recently was purchased vehicles for hauling the recycles from, the businesses and stuff. So what's the plan with those vehicles? Where are we gonna,
we got a van not too long ago for doing this stuff, but it's still active. It still picks up City Hall, Police Department, Public Works, eye doctors, just businesses that we have to go inside and grab the bags because they don't produce enough recycle for an actual bin.
okay,
We go around with the van and pick them all up. And it's also equipped with a towing package. So it tows around our little so we don't have to take our big.
Okay. And then, for the Dirty Boys hauling, that's not a contract with the city that they do. They just go to the businesses on their own. Is that correct?
Yeah, they help us out by, they get pretty much free advertisement out of it, you know, they put it's their bins, their name on the bins. They just pick up the cardboard, that is put in these bins, and then they give the cardboard to us.
How many hours do you think you save having them run that?
Oh, it's probably doubled in production. I mean, you can literally go down to recycling and you can see the difference. Because they have the time to do a lot more.
The cleaning?
Oh,
It looks good.
You can,
I mean, yeah, I've been there recently and it looks good, right? It's appreciated, right? I was just curious on, you know, with there's no contract, it's just a mutual deal that the Dirty Boys said, oh, we'll put our bins out there, we'll haul it for you. It don't cost us anything for them to haul.
exactly.
Okay.
I know that, earlier on, I know you guys were just and it was very difficult, so I think that really has made a big impact.
Yeah, the after crew was always going out to go get the bin or picking up recyclables, but now they're all in one place.
I was down there the other day, it's awesome.
It
The
was
guy
good.
does amazing.
It's a,
You guys have always done amazing, but better at other times than others, and you can see it's going very well now.
So are we back on the $3 business?
So I think there's like two options. I think you could go, if you went with $2, then you could break that even. And then with the capital, where we're supporting getting the balers and this building and getting that going, our revenues are gonna go up, I know that. So we could see what we could get by with doing the $2, or if we wanna put ourselves in an even better spot where we can afford a little bit more capital, then probably go with the 3.
is there, can I get the answer from last meeting of the landfill capital and the capital on the recycle center, why we're not underneath the landfill still, because we still operate as underneath the landfill with the recycle kind of? See what I'm saying?
No?
Can I just, let me do a historical
Yeah.
thing. What used to be.
Sorry.
Maybe about, I'm going to try to say 7 years ago, and it was not, this isn't negative, okay? About 7 years ago or something, it was in, the landfill was in the budget for landfill. No, recycling was in the landfill budget. And then we had a new finance officer who split it out several years ago. And now that's where it's been the last couple of years or 3 years, something like that. I can't really say because I don't have the exact sequence, but they put it all. But I think for clarity, because landfill's an enterprise fund, recycling is its own enterprise fund, so that's probably why it got broken out, Chris.
I kind of like it broken apart, because that way you can really look at, they're two completely different operations, and you know, I know that recycling for a long time had a hard time
Yeah.
breaking even.
We subsidized it out of-
They were being subsidized, but still, it's nice to know the clarity on how much that is.
Yeah, and I understand getting the clarity, and I think my thought is it could still be broken out and be clarified, but underneath the one budget, so we don't have, because we're looking at a water increase, it's all on one utility bill, right? We're looking at a water increase, then we're looking at a land, increase on recycle also that affects residents, so it's not, I mean, we're adding and adding more. And if it was showed inside the landfill, we're actually in the black on it, not in the red. And it would not show that we have to exactly have an increase at this point in time.
It would still be in the black if it was shared.
If it was shared with the landfill, it would still be in the black, even without the increase. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at.
I think I don't know what the state has to do with this, but something's rattling in the back of my mind that once we split that out, we have a separate enterprise fund. So I guess the question that I would have, would it be legal for us to put the recycling back under landfill in that enterprise fund? And then keep we can have a separate accounting, because we really do need to know what we're doing in recycling, so that we can track salaries and track expenses, know what our income is from recycling. But I think if you get income from recycling and it's put back in landfill, then it just goes into the landfill money and you don't get an accounting for the revenues. That's unless we keep it separate. But I want to make sure that the state doesn't have an issue with us.
I honestly think that's more of just a bookkeeping
Yeah, maybe it is.
thing, but there might be some legalities about that.
And so with salaries, are there shared salaries with the landfill and the recycling at this current time? Because, so you just pull all the money for one person's salary, that say the supervisor's salary is pulled just from the landfill, and nothing is budgeted it's not a split position between two.
It is,
For Pat's, yeah.
I believe it's 60/40, I can look that up for you though.
So, but it is split between the two. We're not just saying Pat's salary is coming out of landfill, but he's actually over I just want to make sure it's all correct and right. I'd like to see it go back underneath the landfill if it's possible to show, so we don't have to have an increase for the citizens at this time for that, with us looking at water rates.
I'd have to think about that for a while. I mean, that's an
That's fine.
interesting thing, but I would have to think about that for a while.
I don't think it's a decision we can make tonight.
No,
I don't see what the difference would be.
I think what he's getting at, Navari, is that recycling is losing money, but the landfill's making money. If we leave them separated, then we're gonna have to raise the charge for the recycling, when if they were combined, we wouldn't. So
I'm trying to reduce the cost on the
So-
citizens.
we'll
That'd be
need,
the way I want to go.
well,
So we're not raising.
yeah, I think, Sean, what we need to do is look into combining the two and see if there's a reason not to do it. Because there's a lot of reason to do it.
We can look into the.
Does that make sense
It
to?
does, yeah, we can look into that.
One
Thank you for
other
the support on that.
One other thing that we forgot to discuss is the landfill.
Say again, please.
We forgot to discuss the landfill account.
Yes, I'm gonna get to that. That's actually why I brought that up here for a second. So,
Again, thank you.
Well, makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I wanted to answer last time.
You know, in our business, we even got down to where we can, how many Snickers do we sell a week?
Yeah.
I paid a bookkeeper to do all that. You know, we bookkeep ourselves to death. It was detrimental to the bottom line. But there's a certain amount of that, like for instance, I wanted to know, is the candy machine or the pop machine?
Yeah.
In the same way here, so we'll have to know those specific numbers to help guide us through better decisions on equipment and everything else.
And I'm good with that, but I think there's a way we could end up.
It's bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping, exactly.
I agree.
Save us that amount of money a year.
It would, yes, it saves $100,000 a year.
Well, we would be saving ourselves $100,000 a year. We would not have to subsidize that from the general fund.
Right.
So that's why they wanted to do the raise, but that makes sense to me, because then we'd be saving it that $100,000 and still doing the same thing.
So instead of a 1.8 in the landfill, we're 1.7, right?
Right.
See, that's where I'm at with it.
No, I agree. I think
Okay.
you're onto something.
All right, thank you.
okay, so we'll look into that. And
Thank
then
you.
The other, thing I needed to bring up, or just make a clear point of, so Dan Izzo the intention was to pay off some debt from the general fund and to some of these enterprise funds. And what that would look like, there's the landfill, I'll have to pull this number up, but I think the remaining amount on it was like 900,000 or something.
936 or something like that.
And then on the sewer, so I had Bev up here, just kind of confirming here that there's a debt of 541,000. 230,000 is another one. So, and then there's one I'm not sure about. So, but maybe it's another million or somewhere in that area. And so what we're doing is we're taking 2 million out of the cash reserves of general fund and sticking it in here. Is that what we want to do? Essentially $1 million on sewer for conversation and $1 million on the landfill. Do we want to pay those debts off to put them in a better situation, or do we want to keep that in general fund cash? Is my question.
I'll be honest with you, I think we should pay those debts off, and that will help us pay for the payments of the things like the piece of equipment at the landfill, and to help offset that, to give us a better shot at it later. But
And that was what Dan Izzo was telling me. He's like, we pay some of these debts off in these different areas. It does kind of gets us a fresh start and makes it a little bit easier on the normal operating expenses.
What would that decrease that account or that fund by?
Which one?
Well, if you're paying off the landfill, are you paying off water or landfill? Oh, you're paying off the landfill.
The landfill debt I think was like
937,000.
So you're,
shy of $1 million.
so you're 930,
924,000.
so 924 and then you subtract that out of the 1.7 that's there? Is that what I'm seeing or hearing?
So if you go to your the first page, so see how the remaining general fund balance after capital level subsidies of 4.2 million? That would basically make this go up to 5.1 million if we didn't pay it.
Okay, Dan already has this in the budget to pay off. So that
sewer
4.2 million is still gonna be there, give or take about 200,000 that we just spent here and there.
Me too.
Okay, what was my question?
Oh, it's right here in this sheet.
Yeah, well, we don't know when we're gonna incur the first payment on the amount of monies that we have. And my first reaction to it was, yeah, let's don't pay it off, let's do it next year. Because I didn't want to upset the flow, and I didn't want other issues to pop up that we have to contend with this year. But on the other hand, we have enough cash up there that it's already accounted for in the budget, so it wouldn't be taking away from that 4 million. And we still have the 4 million in reserves that we need to keep there, so it's a 50-50 thing to do whatever you want to do, guys.
So this 4.2 is with the
Payments being made.
900,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that. That's all of them, right? There's a 920 some, and then there's 2 other ones, correct, Sean?
I thought there was just the landfill one.
The landfill is the one we just talked about, and then the sewer, there's one that's 541,000. I can see another one for 230,000. And then there's one more that I'm not clear on yet. It has an annual payment of 69,000, but I don't know what the total balance is. So I'm gonna guess sewer altogether is about $1 million.
So we're taking 2 million out of our cash
Yes.
to pay these off.
Yep.
And that's
So-
the
Is that a loan? That'd be a loan to our enterprise funds.
It's just Dan says we can just go ahead and pay off the loans.
It's not an enterprise issue, but even though it's in there being paid off.
Yeah, the council can send this money over and pay off the debt.
So,
Well, we have the right to invest in our enterprise
Yeah.
funds. But we, again, we can't overcharge for water to have a picnic at the end of the year, for instance. We can't do that. They've got to support themselves, but we can take money out of our general fund to put in that infrastructure that happens to be.
So I just wanna make sure I gotta, you know what I mean, I'm thinking right. So the 4.2 that's on here now, that is already calculated out with the 1.7 or close to it, 1.7 with, and that would include all of the landfill, the sewer and water, all that stuff. Or is it not taken out of the 4.2 yet?
The 4.2 is taking into account that we're gonna pay off the sewer and, the landfill.
So the two sewers, or what, or whatever you said, the 230, the 534.
There's three in the sewer. It would pay off all three of the sewer, and it would pay the one debt in landfill, and it looks like I have the numbers right here.
Okay.
Could I say something really quickly about if you pay off the sewer, I think was one of those enterprise funds that may have been where they were telling us we had to look at raising fees again. And if we paid those off, we would not have to raise any sewer fees. I mean, it's all calculated in there. We wouldn't have to do anything to the sewer fund if you paid them off, because then we'd have that cash flow in there.
But we need to look at it, the tier structure, in my opinion.
So the,
Not sewer, but we would water.
Well, even sewer for.
Well, and I think that's later.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
something
Yeah,
we'll
you're
address
right, I
later.
suppose.
I like the idea of paying off the sewer, because the normal revenues over expenses in sewer is about just a little over $100,000. And just with these two debts that we'd pay off, that's about $100,000. So it's putting us in the black $100,000. If we didn't pay it off, we would be like dead even.
Okay.
So I kind of like that payoff, personally.
What's it, 534 and 230?
That keeps us away from rate increases there for a bit.
Sewer. Need to
Well,
look
and
at
debt
this.
of any kind, whether it's personal or whatever, it's a dead drag. And the faster we can get rid of that,
Or is that just every year?
That's
the
every
blacker
single
our
year,
numbers will
everything.
be instead of red, just that simple.
I thought it was 69.
I mean, we gotta pay it back one way or another.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was cleaning
So,
out some big debt.
I mean, if it was a choice of never or whatever, let's just get rid of it, you know? That's where I'm at.
And on the landfill side, by paying that debt off, that frees, let's see, I think it was like 50,000 a year or something. Let's see what-
59, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, 54,000 is what that helps ongoing. We're gonna take on, 176,000 or, that's not the amount, it'll be $167,000 that will be in the black after we take on the scraper. And then I anticipate that we'll take on another piece of equipment, so that'll bring that amount down another, maybe it's another 70,000, so we'll be in the black 100,000. So something like that. You guys follow?
And that's
Yeah.
Okay.
which fund is that one?
I'm talking about the landfill.
So they need a scraper at the landfill?
Yeah, so right now we're in the black, 329,000. Then when we take on that, the lease for the scraper, then it'll bring us in the black 176,000. And then,
What about the compactor?
yeah, and then when we take on, let me pull it up here.
Because I know, if I'm speaking correctly, the compactor's gonna be the most important piece of equipment for that landfill at this point in time with the vertical expansion, correct?
Yeah, it's still, it's the number one, but it's a timing issue for them to actually produce it and for us to get it. But when we take on the compactor, that'll be another, let's see, about 80, we'll just round that up to $90,000. So that'll bring us down to, what, like $80,000 in the black after we take on that.
Second piece of equipment.
So we'll be 80,000 in the black, and that's all assuming that we pay off this debt, which is what was
I'm thinking that, I lost it for a minute here.
I'm-
Give me a minute.
I'm totally for paying them off. I
Yeah,
am.
yeah, we would have more cash flow next,
Next
we
year.
would have more cash flow in those accounts next budget year, this coming budget year. But that wasn't my point. I was gonna make something out
Can you
of the plan.
scroll over though a little so we can see like, there we go, what the 4.2, sorry, I could look here too, but I just wanna. So all this is gonna be taken out of the general fund to pay that off, and nothing's coming back out of the enterprise fund. Is that what I'm,
That's what my understanding is that he's already put, okay, it's already budgeted in this proposed budget. So it's not going to come out of that 4.2, right, Sean?
It's already out of it.
It's already
yeah,
out of the
that's-
4.2,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. It's
Okay.
already in the proposed budget, so we're not having to adjust any of those numbers up there. And I believe Dan has already transferred the money that needs to go into those enterprise funds already.
So the leases are gonna, on the equipment, possible leases on the equipment's coming out of 1.7, correct? So we wouldn't even have to.
Landfill, yes.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to worry about the 80 or whatever, right? It's gonna come out of the 90,000 or whatever. it
Well,
is,
the
out of
170,000, it's gonna be the 170 over there to your left, I think.
Okay, so what was the
And that's
100?
what was gonna be left after buying the scraper. So then if you buy the second piece of equipment, it's gonna be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gonna be roughly this, 70,000, so you're gonna have 100,000 leftovers. And that will have made payments on both pieces.
And that's out of the 1.7?
See, look over to the left, down below the Rollins,
1.1?
Wyoming, where you have that 170,000.
Okay, so now can you
That's
scroll
where
back?
that's where it's at with, or somewhere close to that anyway. That's where it's at with one piece of equipment, the 179 or whatever. I can't see under the P. What is that? Anyway, it will still be in the positive, making
Yeah.
that second
Yeah.
payment if in fact you're not making the payment that would be paid off.
And the other caveat is if we maintain the same level of households at the same rates that we have now, I mean, use is what I'm getting at. If
So
we,
it'll just cash flow be coming in
Yeah.
at a
You're
good
just-
rate.
yeah.
It's a wash.
But it's good to pay off the old debt though.
Yeah.
And I hate to
Okay.
have to do it right now because everybody's cut so hard, but it just makes good economic sense when you, they're all low interest loans from SLIB and other places.
But
Sorry,
you're still paying interest.
But it's, yeah, but
Not
it's.
much. On one of them, it's almost
But
none.
Oh.
he showed you
But-
that without paying those off, we've got $6 million some dollars. So if we're gonna do it, this is the time to do it. We weren't able to, we paid some last year, but not last year, but the year before.
Okay.
But that would clean out a lot of issues.
Would that affect if we put recycle back into that or no?
Well, you're adding the recycling money.
Into
and
that too?
income.
Okay, okay.
Income and outgo back into the landfill, so it's
It's
negligible.
okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that's
Sounds
not a
good.
bad idea from a non-rate increase and also being able to just continue our recycling issues,
Okay.
programs.
Here's the best number I have for you after we take on the scraper and compactor. We'll be in the black each year, 88,000, but of course that's not paying for any other capital expense. I mean, essentially that gives us 88,000 to use on capital.
So you can't buy nothing. You'll have two new toys to drive, but you will.
Sure, because the capital will increase, or that it'll increase for next year because we won't have that
Payment.
payment of, what is that, whatever,
It's
When
a
I looked at
loan.
it before, the payments that we were making on those loans were about the same as we'll be paying for those pieces of equipment.
And that's
I
what
So
it
it's a
remember
wash.
adding those up in my head and they're like close.
Yeah. it's a
yeah,
wash.
no, and
So cash flow wise, we'll be about the same place.
Yeah,
We just
88
won't have any debt, we'll have 2 new pieces of equipment.
and we'll be
Then we'll
in the
have
black
payments.
and
Yeah.
going good. Okay, okay.
And $88,000 in a landfill account isn't very good.
No.
Yeah, we need more, but
Yeah.
we're not gonna raise rates on this right now.
So what's next? Where are we at?
Just one other quick item, so the scraper, Pat's telling me I need to sign off on this by the 4th of May, 3rd of May. Otherwise the interest will go up and, the cost of it will go up. So if we have enough confidence, we can take on at least one of these. I would like to get just the nod of council so I can sign this off, so we don't have to pay more on it.
Do we ratify at the next meeting, or do we have a meeting that same day?
This is just
This is
just a service, so I could just sign it, is that?
Yeah, it's just a
Okay.
green, it's no money out of pocket. We don't, first payments not till 2023.
Oh, shoot, okay.
Right, but I think what Linda was asking is, do we need to make a motion second and all that sort of thing?
I don't think
the
we can
next
do it
meeting,
here, but
we
we
can.
could ratify it at the next meeting. But if everybody else is in agreement to go ahead and do it, we're saying that we're putting it in the budget.
Well, we wouldn't have to ratify anything at that point in time, would we? Because it'll already be
Well, let me
voted
just
on.
say something. It's good business to ratify it, so it's
Yeah.
on the
Okay.
books,
Okay.
So that decision would have been
made. but-
made legitimate, more legitimate by being in an
Okay.
open
And then when we
meeting.
have to get out of it or not, or pay it off or whatever.
optics thing.
Yeah, it's better to do it.
Okay, what's next?
Oh, I'm gonna ask about the loader. You're obviously not asking for the loader, but what shape is it in? I heard it was trash.
It works now, but it's the cat, it leaks pretty good. It has about 13,000 hours on it. Landfill loader rates probably 9,000-10,000 hours. We need to replace it. It's 13 going on 14,000 hours now.
So why did you choose one over the other?
Because our scraper doesn't work right now.
Okay,
So we have no way to cover construction until we get this new scraper.
so it's a DEQ
That-
question.
That's gonna put us
Okay.
in violation here really soon.
Yeah.
That's why we need that to be signed really quick because, they had a model, out of the factory yesterday, to be shipped to Rock Springs. And if we can get that, commitment signed, that's ours.
So-
We can have it next month, Megan, in compliance with DEQ.
I'm all for it, guys.
And taking it from Rock Springs is just a bonus.
Yep. That's what I heard, right? Yeah.
You're so
And on the
nice.
compactor, like you said, it is in dire need because we spend a lot of money on it. They do have, hopefully we could get that compactor that's in the cat also in some of these. It's pretty much the same deal as this one. But their first one coming out of the factory doesn't show up until January.
Okay.
But also that one, we can sign, we can lock in our interest rate and our payments and everything else before then. And we won't lose anything, it'll be all locked in. But wherever the delivery date's on is where we pay off the next year. So if we get it in January of 2023, our first payment is not due to January of 2024. They're taking our old equipment for first payment.
Good. Well, I kinda like that.
Cat's good to do business with. And once you get outfitted with them and whatnot and get rolling and just keep turning the leases, you can, for less money than repairing the old garbage, you can be in brand new stuff all perpetually, and it works really well.
So when's the projected date to have to sign on the compactor for this?
Compactor is as soon as possible. The scraper, he has to have it immediately, it's already been shipped.
I'm just,
If we don't get kind of some kind of commitment, they'll give it to somebody else. And
I just want to make sure that if we're not signing soon on a compactor that the interest and everything else isn't shot out of the roof also.
I would definitely
Is that-
suggest to sign both of them right away, so we're locked in. Probably by the end of the summer, both machines are gonna be like $80,000 more, just metal alone. That's not your interest rate, it's not gonna.
I think we should look at, my thought is we should look at just getting, signing both so we can stop any kind of increase in
Can we,
interest and stuff.
can we sign, authorize Sean to sign that now and then do it at the
Yes.
next meeting?
We can have a
Yes.
consensus.
That's what I would
Yeah, yeah.
prefer.
Look at that and gets us on the list,
Yeah,
and they're happy with that. And then on delivery, which is when ever delivery is, that's when we actually commit to the lease.
Right.
okay.
But, yeah.
I would, we could do a directive that Son go ahead and sign those two leases and get out, move forward.
As soon as we get, like a signature, we'll be,
I just don't wanna see a raise in
No.
interest or anything. If we
No.
can do it, stop it now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And we don't wanna pay 10% more down the
Yeah.
road either.
What he said, I think with the council's,
Okay.
have me sign this, it's my understanding that I don't need to bring this to council because it's a service agreement,
We'll still do a ratification just so that
just
it's,
to make it out there.
it's not required, but it was.
Thank you.
Sweet.
So I need to get an answer on the recycle increase.
You know what? Do we have to answer that tonight, or can you come back with some information about combining the recycle with the landfill? Because if we do that, then we wouldn't have to do that increase.
We don't have to answer that tonight.
Okay.
Does that make sense to find out that first? Because more than likely, we're gonna end up raising it, but I would like to know the answer to the other scenario.
But yeah, just put it in the budget the way it is, and then we can always change it.
Put it in.
Without the raise, without the increase is what you're saying, as it is currently,
Yeah.
and we can always change it when we find out the answer on combining
Yeah.
the recycle and landfill.
So what's our next, Shannon, do we need to, you're putting this together, and when is the next go-around on, you present back to us at all, or can you just go ahead and get it in by the statutory date, or?
Next meeting's first reading, so I'll take all of this and plug it all in there and then have it ready to go. The only thing is if I don't do anything, like if I don't increase the revenue in recycle, then I'll be, on the first reading, I'll be bringing you an unbalanced budget in recycle. That's the only thing, but I guess it can be unbalanced on the first one, just so we get some answers. Is that okay with everyone? It's nothing official on the first reading, so.
We can always fix
We can
that
always amend
on
it.
the first, second, or even third, but
Yeah, we can do that.
And the last item here is just the water and the increase, and I think it's probably good to, maybe we start with where losses were paid.
can we have a 10-minute break?
Please.
All right, I declare a 10-minute break. Don't look up like stupid.
Not a bad artist.
Mustache.
Sound good.
I can't take up the new word.
This one?
Be scared.
Yeah, I think this is the
I
one.
took out all, I wanna do the I wanna take all that stuff about telling people how, what they plant, and you can't enforce that.
No.
You can't enforce this, I've got it on my.
I've been, I was looking through this and I haven't seen it on this one. Did I get it different? Or am I just not far enough? Because I've seen it originally, but I haven't seen it in this paperwork that I have here. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that.
So what do you think?
Oh, I think we're getting there, one step at a time.
That's it.
This is gonna be for part of the water presentation after the raise.
That's not.
Oh, okay. On the raise, huh?
No, these are just discussions about what we've been doing.
Oh, okay.
And what we're planning for, I think.
And maybe the state will give us a few bucks, huh?
Yeah, maybe so. We're gonna have to go to the bank.
I took out all the stuff.
I don't think we get a bond issue.
The evaporated cools and stuff.
Huh?
We gotta get some kind of loan. No, that's what I use.
Oh, no.
Money from the state, there's one, they can supply this much.
I took out. My mother, I took out
But doesn't mean we shouldn't go for this.
headlines and
Yeah.
We should still do this.
Get as much as we can.
And
Yes,
even
sir.
this part, this limiting, you read the one that, yeah, thank you. You read the one that, and so I agree, I don't think, we don't need this. This one, could just be done. Yeah, I think, well, and that's what I was going through. I can't believe I missed that, but I was going through it. I forgot mine, in the last meeting, because I had done,
let me get. Let me have one or two copies of this. I want to be on. No, I can't be here.
things that do, that are all the crimes. I appreciate it.
Oh, you done said the word. I'll call you when it happens. Knock on wood.
Oh, light is strong.
Okay, so that property, 915 Apple, it's actually Apple, but their water lines and their meters are designed. Patty owns that. And so she doesn't, and it's been leaking for a while. I still had it shut off. Trailer is hooked up to the other, is a line that goes hooked up. Yeah. Yeah, it's the garage facing the north and then the trailers. So, that.
Okay, this is all
The
right.
councilperson asked me to bring these up.
Oh.
And there are more still in the room.
There's, so you.
You might move this way while you're crunching it.
That goes to that one. The other pipe, I mean, the trailer water spigot that's there. So that one is to the other meter, and that's, so there, yeah. We were looking at it, and, probably masquerading.
Stretch out there.
The other meter, we fixed the line.
Yeah.
You been out in the sun?
Yeah, I work out in the sun every day.
Right.
Gosh. I might need another water one into this one. You got 3 of them. Yeah.
Do you want me to go grab you one? It won't be cold.
I'm good with warm, with whatever room temperature, if you would, please.
Yeah, most, I try to, yeah, we tell people they don't have.
Oh, man.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta recycle it anyways.
Yeah, seriously. This is like, who's good at drinking water?
I'm fine. I've been drinking like crazy.
Thank you, Myra.
You're welcome.
Marty.
We ought to make our own water. Call it Rollins Water.
Sell it.
Sell it.
Yeah, we could pay for all the.
Yeah, they do that. You know, I was trying to think what Worland does. Well, they got a Coca-Cola plant in Worland, where they did.
And it's hard to.
But anyway, you put Rollins Water because that's what that Rollins name was after. He drank in that spring.
Yeah.
I just enjoy crunching.
Well, the biggest test is the fact that they were all fixed. The day that they fixed that.
Yeah, it was appreciated.
Oh, man.
All right.
What is this? Where'd this come
Oh, no.
from? Okay.
All right. So where are we? What are we doing here? What's
We're gonna
next,
talk
Sean?
about our project, water.
We're now on to water.
Hmm.
And with the intention of having some good conversation around rate increases, but it's a pretty big discussion. There's a lot to talk about with water right now, so, you passed out some documents.
Yes, I did, and Cody, anytime you wanna go in there, this is your first
Hmm. Do you know how much?
I've only got 9 copies, so
Total?
No, I don't.
Just take a guess.
100 grand.
142 or 43, you said?
Yeah. I got it right here. And I don't know if it's all of it.
You see where, Denver had a water line break?
Mm-hmm.
No.
And almost like the one we got?
Floating cars and all kinds
Yeah,
of deal.
through the damn, pavement up in the air and filled all these houses full of water in the basement.
I had like one of the
Several members. So, and the guy
Oh, my
said,
house.
he said that house has been, this line has been there 30 years.
My house. I know it was a city water line. They could, because they replaced 3
Okay.
hydrants and they replaced the last one. Shut off and turned on. And it turned on the day the trailer out across the street. They must have. My house.
This is a big line like the ones we had.
what?
They busted right in the middle of town there.
And pray tell, what is this?
Hydraulic power. Power.
Oh, yeah, you already gave it to
Need
me.
to understand,
Okay.
that we're not the only ones. Well, I can't find it. Was,
Right.
you know, that it happened.
If
And
you
the
had,
state
if you
needs
had,
to
and
know.
if you have a water system, that shit's gonna happen.
Yeah, the state needs to know.
All right, if I may get started, I'd like to start on the application of our MRG grant and discuss the overall process that we're going through right now with the City of Rollins Water Rehabilitation Project.
Okay.
So historically, we've gone through and made slip applications, and they've been rejected, and the most recent application was for on March 8th, 2022, we submitted an application to go to SLIB that then was rejected on, well, actually, no, this is not correct. We redid the numbers for the SLIB application and submitted it last week.
Bill, we submitted, that one we gave to Sheila. We had one that was submitted on February 15th. Shauna called you and got us, you and then the emergency one for a lesser number. She contacted me about our 214 application, because they only have $5 million in loans and $5 million in grant money, and they had 28 applications across the state. So she asked me to reduce the 1.57 million we had asked for.
Yes. And so,
That's where we're at.
right, and so the one that you see in front of you that I showed dated 3/8/22 in pencil, that should actually reflect our most up-to-date application that we resubmitted last week for Shauna Perkins' request. This is not the actual application form, this is simply a statement of what we pursued. So, we reduced the scope of the overall SLIB MRG request to abandon and relocate the blow-off valves on the cement line, steel transmission line, to install cathodic protection, and then to replace air release valves. The estimates that I have from Sunrise Engineering, I put into this first sheet, shows the blow-off valves, cathodic protection, air release valves, shows total costs plus contingencies for a total project cost of $4.5 million. City funding available that we showed through the impact assistance
back as 1.25292, and the city seeking loan amount was $2.5 million. The grant amount request of $750,000. This is the most recent application that will be seen by the SLID board on the 2nd of June.
So tell me what the $750,000 will cover.
It'll cover $750,000 of $4.5 million of the project.
You have to have,
Substantial loan aspect to this application, where we may be seeking after a $2.5 million loan as well, in addition to the $750,000 grant to complete the project.
Okay, I'll ask you more questions after you're done with your presentation.
If you'd like to ask them, you can go. I'm
Okay.
comfortable with that.
Is this just for repair? It's not for replacement?
This is to improve the blow-offs. Currently, they're located 20 feet under the ground and very inaccessible. We're just thinking about moving them upflow to a location that's more accessible for repairs. So those will be abandoned and relocated. And that'll be an improvement. on
And
the
that's
system.
out by the wells.
I'm sorry?
This is right out by the wells.
There are, I believe, a total of 17 of these blow-offs. In this report, it shows 13, but there may be more.
so what's the, relocating those, blow-offs, what's the increase of water flow and production?
It doesn't change the production.
So-
All it does is make the system more reliable, because with our low-pressure event that we had back on, I believe, March 6th, that was largely due to blow-off valves and air release valves not functioning.
So if we, didn't we do a project that replaced a bunch of those already?
We took out 2 of them, and in fixing the pipeline.
Okay,
We straight piped a couple, and now they need to be relocated so that the line is meeting its intended original design. So with those expenses incorporated, that's the 2.25 million. And then the cathodic protection is the fact that our system is no longer cathodically protected effectively. We'd like to rehabilitate that cathodic system to protect the existing transmission line, which is beginning to, as it has already corroded significantly. This would allow us to prevent any further corrosion of the line.
and future replacement?
So
A
Austin,
future replacement of the existing transmission line.
Yeah, it would prevent corrosion on future replacement also.
Anything that is cathodically jumped or electrically jumped will be protected, yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying, right now, you're, if it's done, it'll protect the good stuff, obviously, right? But when you, in the future, when you replace that, the cathodic protection that you're saying we're putting in place now will protect the new line.
Yes, so long as the new line is,
Well, I wouldn't wanna see it any other way, you have to protect it.
it's incredible, there's
so
more to come.
strategically then, what the first phase is repair and keep what we have flowing. And then we look at replacement. I want to point out something, guys. 1977, I helped pass that bond election. It is the 1977 stuff that is going south on us, not that Wood State pipeline. Now, yeah, it's 102 some years old. There's some stuff wrong with it, but they did a good job. But our 77 stuff is the wells, and they're caving in, and the cathodic stuff down in the dip that's 1977. I can't believe it, but anyway, that's my input.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you're so polite to me, thank you. After I read
So future replacement of lines, what's the material for usage?
Recommendation for the material type for future lines would be the welded HDPE line.
And that is,
However, it's also not necessarily my area of expertise. So
So I would then that over to an engineer with more experience in education and determining material.
Would that be Sunset or Sunrise?
Honestly, we're not in a position right now to make that decision. That would be something through an RFP process.
Okay, so this has gone from, this is emergency, the rest is a different strategy.
I'm just letting you know, this is what we put into our application.
Oh, okay,
Things have changed, are totally different now than this application
yeah,
is.
yeah, I understand.
So you're,
There's more to come.
you're talking the welded line as in a poly welded line, or, okay?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, some people might not understand what you said, and
I didn't.
100%, right? They don't know what polyline is exactly, so I do.
Okay. I'm just
That's
afraid to
why-
commit to it because I hate to promise a really nice thing when you may not get a really nice thing.
No, I get it, and I understand, but I'm just saying for people's understanding clarifications, I guess. You know, when you talk about welded, some people might think steel,
Yeah?
and the way you just said, the number of the pipe, right? I know it's poly.
Yeah, so
So-
HDPE is a high-density polyethylene plastic pipe that they can weld in the field. They'll take sticks of pipe, whatever length they have, 20, 40, 60 feet, and weld those sticks together. You can move that pipe with equipment and push it around. It's incredibly durable. So,
They do a polyfusion is what it is so it melts it and welds it together.
Okay,
and the bond is
Mm,
stronger
yes,
than the pipe
yes, sir.
itself. It's incredible, but it's one of those things we have to weigh. I think that would be a good long-term solution, but that's not what's discussed here. We're looking at the cathodic protection of our existing cement line steel pipe for $150,000. And then doing the air release valves, those being replaced in the field for $90,000 for a total cost of $3.49 million. Plus contingencies, engineering, design, and construction management for a total project of $4.5 million. The city funding available, 1.252, city seeking loan 2.524, grant amount requested $750,000. So you'll see on the next sheet, the attachment with the estimate provided by Sunrise Engineering. Just directly from that engineer's estimate and then plug it into that first sheet. So that was what was in the application to SLID with our revised numbers for the June 2nd meeting. And they requested us to reduce the overall amount in the application and resubmit an application without resolution. Next page, go past the salmon sheet. Go past the salmon colored sheet. Okay, this is the larger project that I'm considering, and for your pleasure, I'd like to present. This project is the rehabilitation project. Alright, so as far as the scope of what we're looking at now, it would be to replace Sage Creek Springs basin system, repair and protect the transmission line, replace the ductile iron pipeline, replace the storage tanks. That would be the tank farm, and I've included those estimates below. So the phasing that you see here is not necessarily what the order is that I am pursuing. These are to match the engineer's estimates provided by Sunrise Engineering. The subsequent 1, 2, 3 sheets are from Sunrise Engineering. These phases that I plugged in here just reflect what they had thought of at that time. It was confusing, but we do not necessarily have to pursue their phasing. In truth, I believe that phases 2, 3, and 4 can all be completed simultaneously, whereas phase 5 would be the last phase to complete the project, and that would be to replace the storage tanks. So phase 2, wood stayed pipeline collection system, Sunrise Engineers estimate was $3.92 million. Phase 3, rehabilitation of steel transmission line, $5.52 million.
And so, I believe in this, it'd be good for me to go through the scope of each one. We can hop over to the attached phase 2 replacement, and their estimate, they include some fencing and access control, line number 2. They have a 6-inch PVC water main, a 12-inch PVC water main, they have tees, dip bins, permits, spring box replacements, actual vaults, that is, junction boxes for testing, for line locations, and then some meters as well as meter vaults. So this takes care of effectively the wood-stave pipeline collection system that we've already started, that we've been working on all winter and spring. This will finish that whole process out. To do that, the Sunrise Engineers estimate is at $3.92 million. That's just for the spring boxes to replace. Spring boxes, wood stave, all that up there. It's not the transmission line. This is nothing like it's just the Sage Creek Basin screws. So the next sheet, going on to phase 3. Is the one that was presented to SLID effectively. Includes air release valves, cathodic protection, known issues, blow-offs, move and abandon, and some potential contingency of $500,000 for unknown repairs on the transmission line that we experienced. So the total cost came to $5.52 million from Sunrise Engineers estimate, phase 3. Phase 4. This is one that I believe almost pays for itself in about a 5-year period. The report that we have from 2013, the water development plan, I believe, it said that effectively we're losing $400,000 worth of treated water in the ductile iron line from the water treatment plant to Spruce Street every year.
So that's where our leak is.
One of them.
How much?
400,000. Of treated water.
Yeah.
How many gallons? Do you know?
I can't recall.
What'd you say? How much what?
I can get you the number of gallons if you'd like to go later. I've got the report. So the replacement would be 20-inch, would go back with a 20-inch PVC pipe that includes valves, bends, bedding, to have a solid 16,000 foot replaced line. The total cost of the replacement of the ductile iron line from the water treatment plant to Spruce Street is approximately $2.09 million.
The Spruce Street, okay.
And then finally, going back to the original page, just past the salmon sheet. This is a little bit more gray. This has not been fully detailed because there's still some discussion over the size of our tank farm replacements. And so at this time, if you go to phase 5, I placed $5.8 million for replacing both 7.5 million gallon tanks with one 7 million gallon at 5.8 million. And then the estimate that I have, and this has not been confirmed, and I believe that this needs to be further researched, is the replacement of the SCADA system at 1.3 million. It may be more. And then I include a 10% contingency, engineering design at 10%, construction management at 2%. So phase 5, the phase 5 total is $9.33 million. If you look at the total project cost from phases 2 to 5, it's approximately $20.76 million. City funding available $1.252292. Grant amount requested is $750,000 for SLID, and an additional, I wrote in pencil, CDBG $3.5 million outstanding grant amount requested. And then finally, the remainder would have to be a city seeking a loan. It would be the city seeking a loan. So effectively, that is my current thought on our progress with the system. However, is it good to answer more specific questions about this at this time, or should I mention our current crisis?
Let's see if there's any questions here first.
Can we go back to the SCADA system really quickly, 1.3 million? This will get all the new lines and all the current tanks and everything that would be water, right? So that would put it on the, so you can monitor everything.
Yes, that would be, and then I believe that that cost may go up substantially from 1.3.
And I want to bring up the treatment plant really quickly, and I don't want to belabor it, but I don't know what happened. We tried to test it to bring it online. We spent $90,000 in chemicals, and I don't know what, and I guess I need an answer to this. I don't know why that did not work out. And so I know we're gonna have, somewhere in this stuff, we're gonna have to talk about that too, but, okay, I'm done with my.
Excellent question, good point. So we currently have a request for proposals to engineering firms, and professional service firms for bringing the water treatment plant back online at this time.
Okay.
So those costs were included in the capital plan.
Is that feasible, Austin?
Well, yeah, I think there's a little bit of capital, and I believe most of it is not operational, but we've plugged in there.
Is that feasible to bring it online? I mean, that's $50 million question.
We believe so, and this will help us be more reliable and sustainable so that we're not in a position where we're in another water crisis, because we'll be able to provide more flexibility.
We can actually pull from Atlantic Rain and treat that water before it goes to our spring water flow goes too low and the wells can't keep up with it.
That'd be awesome, because then we could pull from the Platte, and
Yes.
that would, we wouldn't be relying on the spring solely for our water. Okay.
One question I have about is, if the water goes through that particular, what does that bring our MTUs to after it goes through?
Yeah,
That's the question I have.
that's why we can't use it now, is because of all the turbidity.
But I just don't know that answer.
And that's gonna come with probably the RFP, they're gonna tell us what the plant can actually do.
Okay.
Right now, we have.
I just know that what we tried didn't work, and I didn't know why, but I needed to know. That might be some research to do, so that when we get new people in, they can see what we did and didn't do.
The turbidity levels in the river are really low. It's usually spring, summer.
Mhm.
So we can get river water in the wintertime, get Atlantic Rain filled during the wintertime, and we'll have low NTUs in, and then once we put it through treatment, should bring it down to the low to where we can treat it enough through our treatment.
And
So my initial consultation.
are 4 filters enough? I think we talked about putting another filter in there. It was before Austin.
Same thing. Space to this.
And it would use
They're not using them because they went to a different system. But yeah, that's something on the radar. Okay.
So we are currently pursuing that. We pushed the RFP process out a couple weeks. Hopefully by the end of July, we'll have boots on the ground with level 3 operator, a professional engineer, And we've so, does anybody have any other questions?
Okay, you ready? So I just want to clarify on the ductile line, you said we're losing a revenue of $400,000 a year. Is that what, or was that? Make sure I got something right or wrong.
Excellent question. So first, we're losing about $400,000 for the water that's.
Yes,
Right.
yes, that's why I said the ductile line. So $400,000.
In addition, we're losing about $150,000 for potential revenues.
That's so. Is it $400,000 or 400,000 gallons? So okay, so quick math, right? I'm just gonna, and finance is here, so they could probably throw some actual numbers, but it's really just quick. If you have a 35,000 gallon usage, it's $150 on your water bill, say. Okay, that works out to be when you multiply it all out and everything, it's 93.33333 million gallons of water a year that we're losing over there on that ductile line.
That's what I have from the report, is the $400,000.
So we're losing an average of 255,000 gallons a day on just that one line.
That's what the report says.
Okay, so where's the visible leak on this line?
So effectively speaking, when they dug up the existing line, the bells were heavily corroded. It's throughout. It's systemic because the soils are hot. The entire line is leaking. The entire pipeline is almost lost. We're going to have to abandon the line, put in a brand new line parallel to it because the jumpers for cathodic protection were not installed on this ductile iron line. It was put straight in, ductile iron pipe, no protection whatsoever.
So, and this is what year for this?
77
This
probably.
was 77, and obviously there ain't no warranty on work like that long ago.
Of course not.
You know, but I mean, no, here's a simple fact. When you start throwing pipeline stuff out and I can throw numbers out like that, we get what we pay for in aspect of things, and we got to really be diligent in how we see the work done.
Would you say this would be the priority one to fix, if any, because it's the shortest span and it's right in our backyard? If we fix that and that's a lot of water that goes to the tanks.
Potentially would be a massive savings. Fortunately, the biggest losses are in the Sage Creek Basin Springs and the drainage transmission line itself.
Would this keep us from being in a drought or being in a restricted year?
Part of it, but it would help.
Well, we're looking at 255,000 gallons of treated water a day that has to go to homes, and that's leaking. I mean, it's treated water that we already have manpower in, equipment already treating it. To me, that makes sense. How long is this line?
16,000.
Oh. Yeah. I think we gotta figure this out with this, because that's a lot of water, treated water, right? Because simple fact is if you get 2 million gallons flow or whatever it is a day coming from the springs and everything else, but you're still what's the increase there? Because and what's the increase of leakage you're gonna put on this line after you increase flow? So if you're gonna increase double your production there, you're looking at 1/3 to or 2/3 to a full 100% increase on leakage. So you're looking at that rate, you're looking at 500,000 gallons plus a day.
I would say that our total shortfall in this line accounts for less than 25% in this section of energy. Less than 25%.
Where's all this water go?
That's exactly what I want to know.
I can't believe that
We don't see it.
we don't see it.
This is what's in the report. That's all I have to work on is the other information from licensed engineers in City of Wyoming. That's all I have to work on.
What equipment did they use to see this?
I believe that they dug up a total of 8 or 9 locations on the line itself and fully excavated and each section.
So it wasn't like a piece of equipment internally through the pipe that recorded it all like a smart gauge per se. It was just manual digging. Let's see what this section looks like. On down the line, another 1,000 foot. Let's see what this section looks like.
Those gallons are an estimate. That is their estimate. I don't think that we have a meter.
But you can't meter a leak, right?
I don't know if it is metered.
Do we meter?
I don't know that answer.
Do we meter out of the plant before this line, and do we meter right when it hits the city?
I don't know that.
I'm not sure if we do or not.
Could-
It would be really wide.
Could we throw like maybe just a cheap strap-on meter that could monitor that so you could see the true loss?
It would be approximately $8,000 to $10,000 to install a meter of the size that we would need to be able to monitor at that location.
Okay.
So another, I guess my question, what is our current rate of flow right now?
The current rate of flow is 1,046 gallons per minute from the water treatment plant as of today.
Say that again.
1,046 gallons per minute.
So let me do my math, sorry.
1.5.
What was that number again?
1.5 million gallons a day.
1.5 million? 1460 times 1440. That's 2.1024 gallons a day at a rate of 1,460. Correct? There's 1,440 minutes in a day. If we're running 1,460 gallons per minute, it comes out to 2,102,400 gallons. Correct?
I think he said 1,046.
Yeah.
That river running down Spruce
I
Creek.
got 1.5.
Is that what you, so maybe I'm
Huh?
1,460 times.
1,046.
Can you imagine that?
What I
Oh,
remember Cody
1,046
saying
times-
something at one of your reports, Cody.
Okay, sorry, 1.5.
That got me to be concerned. We're out there working hard to repair, and you've done all these repairs, and yet we still have less than what we need coming through. I mean, we're like 900 and some GPM versus what we should be.
Yeah.
And
So-
is there a I mean, where do you think the problem is?
Well, this year is because we have a drought. We only hit maybe 70% of snowfall in our sacred basin. So realistically, it's not our infrastructure. Well, our infrastructure is a problem. We're leaking everywhere. But we also have a really bad snowfall and not enough water collection.
But we've had that in years past, Cody lived here since 1971. And we've had years that we've had drought, but we've never had we've had water restrictions on and off. But we're repairing this, and I just don't have a feel for where the real problems are, that we aren't getting an increase in GPMs.
We'll probably see an increase of water, even though we do have, our water collection is low out there, like 70%.
Okay.
But once we get our new line online, we'll probably see an increase of water, because water loss in the wood state.
Is that why? Because it's not online yet, that
It's not
section?
online yet, no.
Okay, so the $2+ million worth of repairs that we have done,
That's just to keep transmission line up and running so it doesn't go down.
Okay, no, but right now, we've done like $2.6 million with no, or 2 point whatever million dollars with no increase in flow, actually less flow. Okay? But you're saying we have put this money into a new line that's not even turned on yet. When?
We're not completed with it yet, no.
So we're totally shut down on.
No, we're still running off the old system.
So what repairs was done with the $2 million
Okay.
earlier?
Speak. Yeah, so the total project cost is looking to be $1.55 million for the Sage Creek Basin Springs Phase 1 project. We're estimating a connection in mid-June. Hope is that with the improvement going to this plastic pipe, that will capture all the losses that were in the wood stay-up line. We can't make any promises as to how much it will make an improvement, but we do believe it will make an improvement. However, I think at this time, if it's all right, I'd like to go on to kind of discuss the water status.
You're wondering, like, duck ponds and.
Yes, so we have repaired, well, I didn't get to take the city tour, sorry, all right, but we've repaired the 1 million gallons a day that was leaking, correct?
We're about 700,000 gallons down at the same time last year as we are this year. So we have 700,000 less gallons coming down at the same time.
So we're down 700,000 gallons.
From May 2nd last year to today, we're down 700 flow rate.
And we have put $2 million or whatever into repairing a 1 million gallon leak. Where did the million?
1.5 is just in Sage Creek. The transmission line, the duck ponds that were on the transmission line, that was, I think, around $150,000 that we repaired.
Okay, so 150. Okay, so 150,000. We were expecting 1 million gallons or so because it stopped that leak. Where did the 1 million gallons go? You see where what I'm saying? So in my knowledge of pipelines and everything else, we have a restriction. We have valves closed. We have something going on, right? Because no matter a drought year or not, okay, I can tell you we went into a water restriction later in the year. We had more water last year, later in the year, than we have early in this year right now. And we are equal almost in snowpack.
So I'd like to ask a question. The 1 million gallons that you're referring to, can you please describe?
That was supposedly the pond that
Ponds.
it was the bad leak where the man.
Sage Creek.
Lone Tree.
Lone Tree
yeah,
or
Lone
whatever.
Tree.
Thank you for.
Like I said, I did not take the tour, right? And I'm sorry for not taking it.
That's
But
not necessarily what caused our low pressure event, was the leaks at those locations.
and I understand.
Shutting the line off.
I understand that, okay? But what I am saying is we repaired leaks of upwards of 1 million gallons a day. We never seen an increase in production of water from the repair. Where is the water from that repair that was leaking 1 million gallons a day into a canal, ultimately?
When we were saying that it was effectively a leak of 1 million gallons a day, and I might go on a limb here, just making an estimate in our public information and what was shared, is that effectively it was the line being shut down because the valves were inoperable, and to operate the valves, we had to shut the line off.
And I think the million gallons a day is leaks total throughout the whole collection system, not just that one leak. That one leak wasn't 1 million gallons a day because it would be a river out there. It's the collective leaks throughout the system.
Okay, so it's explained that way. It's explained, and it makes a little more sense. Okay.
Yeah, the Lone Tree itself wasn't 1 million gallons.
How much was that?
You know,
It's not measurable.
I can't tell you a number on it, but it was, you got a 6-inch pipe with a flow coming out of it. How many gallons a day it is, I'm not quite sure. Probably at least a couple 100,000 gallons a day.
Yeah, but
So
you just-
where's the increase?
But you just said something too, that if there was 1 million gallons a day, there'd be a river. Where's the river between here and there that we're losing 2 million a day?
It's pretty surprising. Last time I drove up the Sage Creek Basin, when we had the system open, there's some pretty substantial marshes and wetlands that are filling in against the highway. There's a lot of water.
Between the plant and here?
No, not the plant in here.
Well, you're saying that you're saying we're losing a lot of this water between the plant and here.
Yes, sir.
$400,000 worth a year, and then you said that if it was leaking 1 million gallons a day, you'd see a river, and there's a leak of 2 million a day, and I don't see a river. And
it's 255 on this one a day.
I just don't understand where all this water's going to.
Yeah.
Well, ground structure.
And I understand the soil type, but no matter what, at 255,000 gallons a day, we are going to see something.
You would think.
I only thing I can think of on that line from our treatment plant in town is the thought of protection, and there's holes in every spot. I mean, that's basically what I'm saying, right? Is it's basically a hole across the entire line. So that little drizzle all across, I don't know.
You would still see some sort of sign of a leak on the surface, no matter what. And I'm speaking from an industry where I deal with flows and liquids and everything else. So that's why I'm asking these questions. If you fix a repair of 200,000 gallons a day, you're still going to see an estimated increase down the line at the plant. No, unless you got a bigger line somewhere else. But when you're saying we only had 750,000 gallons or whatever it was this year, and we had more last year, and when I'm looking at some stuff here, it's the snowpack was at that time was not as bad. We should have the same runoff right now.
So maybe at this point, there's some unknowns, I think, right? Maybe we can see where you're at, because I know actually the spreadsheet we just sent out, I think we should talk about that. We've got.
Well, I still want to. I want some answers, please. Like, I mean,
All I can give you is the numbers of flow that we're getting, what we've done with the repairs, why it's not flowing. Right now, we're fixing every leak we can. We're trying to better the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
We did see an uptick in flow once we fixed this stuff over the winter time, but now we're just getting spring flows, and all I can give you is what spring flow water is right now.
Okay, so do you know what the uptick was?
I can't. Off the top of my head, I don't. I can get you those numbers though.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yes, sir. So, moving on, and I can provide more information later on other questions, later time if necessary. The water status. So, in April of 2021, our overall intake at the water treatment plant was 52.147 million gallons. To make a 30-day average, it was 1.7382 million gallons per day. The average for April of 21. Yes, sir. So then, if you take the daily use as of April 21st, which we were only on the springs as a source, we were using 1.187 million gallons per day. We were treating and using 1.187 million gallons per day. If you look at the history, we started to track on a daily basis the plant's processing and output in May of 21. We were using, as of May 19, 1.7 million gallons per day. I put it in on the side, you can cubic feet per second if you prefer. Then on May 27th of 21, we were using 2.54 million gallons per day. That increase is as a result likely due to irrigation, both at the city level and at residences and commercial properties. So there was an increase of water being treated and used where the spring thaw was providing more water into the system, and incidentally, we're using up basically what we were putting through the system. So now I want to mention that the minimum fire protection volumes for our storage systems, through discussion with the water and the superintendent, Bud Dimick, he stated that the Painted Hills and hospital tanks, those would need about 2 million gallons to effectively fight fires. And that the tank farm needs approximately 3 million gallons to effectively fight fires. Now, if you take the Sage Creek Basin Springs at the production level that it was at on the 21st of this month of 1.87 million gallons daily, in addition to what our nugget wells can produce, which we prefer not to use them this early, but we'll have to do what we have to do to get to 0.936 million gallons daily. Added together, it's 2.123 million gallons daily. So the production that we saw during the 2021 restrictions was approximately between 2.5 and 2.8 million gallons daily. So I made an assumption and went to the lower amount of 2.5 million gallons daily, where the production rate of nuggets and springs will be, from this point, at this point, 2.123 million gallons daily, with a burn rate, effectively, when you compare those two, when you subtract out the production rate from the amount that was being used during water restrictions, and you consider the storage beyond the fire suppression, whatever we have in storage that's not necessary for fire protection. And the copy didn't come out very clearly, it came out as 21.12 days, considering our current flows through the system before we hit the fire protection level. So if you have no water restrictions and we start irrigation immediately, and you effectively go through the same calculations where you have no restrictions at 4 million gallons daily, we'll have about 4 days worth of water before we run our tanks so low that we only have enough for fire suppression. So those are our current numbers. Bud Dimick does believe that we will not see a substantial increase in flows to our system this year, this summer, this late spring. And I would like to introduce to you as well, I don't have a copy of it, but on April 7th, we were sent from the state engineer's office a letter informing us that there is a call on the river this year, and that effectively speaking, we need to use only the waters that we have rights for that are pre-1904, otherwise we have to pay a penalty. Speaking with both Cody Dill and with Water Superintendent Bud Dimick, we are currently pulling water from the river at approximately 2.6 CFS to replenish our current reserves at the reservoirs in anticipation of having a shortage. So we're in a position to be prepared for what we're seeing as the inevitable of a potential water crisis. We're anticipating going to another low pressure event this summer or even late spring. And potentially as soon as mid-May. It just really depends on a lot of variables, but at this time that's our current consideration. So the recommendation at this time, considering all those things, is to initiate the level D restrictions immediately.
Level what?
Level D
Level D.
restrictions immediately, which I believe is in draft or being released potentially tomorrow.
City manager does it. That's in the ordinance.
It's in the original order.
So you're using the current restrictions to be able to do this, okay?
Okay. I just want to make sure you.
Yes, please. So I would like to present to you Myra Miller. She's going to discuss the.
So I had the pleasure of working to craft, based on our discussions, what those restrictions would be. Level D is, on the old ordinance, is very unclear about specifically what should happen. So after talking to the smart people who know the water stuff, we are suggesting each household only be able to water once a day. Gardens, trees, those can be watered, not once a day, once a week. So last year we were on 3 times a week per household because of the severity of the situation that Austin just presented once a week.
Where's the old ordinance?
It's in somewhere in there.
And then
Yeah, we have it.
there's more details about, don't wash your driveway with water. But I thought the most important thing for council to note that last year it was 3 times water in a week, and this time is recommended at 1 time.
About these car washes, we have a way to control them?
So I would.
No.
It's actually, the truth of the matter is, it's, car washes are so much more efficient at washing your car than a hose in your driveway. And, I used to get paid to say that. And it's true, a car wash will go, as normally they'll run about 1,200 PSI, and they'll run 3.5 gallons a minute for each one, where a hose will run, 20 gallons a minute or something to that effect. So the sales pitch has always been that when water's tight, a car wash is the way to go because it's more efficient about washing whatever you're washing. Now, having said that, they still use water. So they still use water. And a third of it leaves on the car, and a third of it goes down the drain, and a third of it evaporates into the air.
Yeah.
That's just another national fact, but.
Well, Myra, are you done, or do you have more?
I was actually just asked Sean if he'd like me to put the draft press release, which has more details.
Oh, do we even have to release it yet? Have we made a decision rather to do
Just
it?
for your review if you want to. Are you interested in seeing
Did
it
you
in writing?
did you say we are currently not producing Sage Creek?
We are.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. We are or are we not?
We currently have the parallel line under construction. And once the parallel line is completed, we'll abandon the old line.
Okay.
10,000 feet of pipes.
I was trying to follow, and I was under the impression we were not producing out of that with,
We are using the old system still.
Okay. What's the most crucial thing we can fix to make half of this be more palatable? What's your recommendation?
Is that if we pursue a revised ordinance that is equitable, fair to businesses, and to make more clear, more enforceable what our restrictions are, I believe that it will extend our ability to avoid a crisis.
what's the number one thing right now to get more water to the city?
That's my point.
That's what, yeah, exactly. Not the ordinance. The ordinance don't bring water to the city.
It saves water, but
It saves. It don't bring water to the city. What is the number one thing to bring water to this city?
It'd be probably the phases 2 through 4 that you saw in that packet. For close to $12 million. That is the actual solution.
And how fast would that be done if we found 12 million?
It would take about a year and 2 months to design potentially, and about 3 years to construct.
Holy hell.
We're in this for 3 years.
We,
Oh, Lord.
Don't make sense at all. Yeah.
Going back to the leak at the treatment plant. Maybe if we had some feel for how much money that was going to take to fix, we can prioritize that along with 2 tracks going here. I hate to have a whole 1.5 years wasted on planning. If we can fix something else, I'm trying to think how to work to make this work. Am I making sense?
Our best shot is, you're right, is getting the pre-treatment plant going and using Atlantic grant. That could potentially save ourselves. That is priority this year, absolutely.
That will bring the water to the city. That's,
At what volume, I can't tell you, but if we're gonna go anywhere above 2 million gallons a day this summer, we need the pre-treatment.
Mara, I didn't mean to cut you off, but, so did we put that
Right now,
money?
we're still looking at July, hopefully that we can get it on. So, I mean,
what's the holdup? Why July?
What, did we put anything in the budget on the treatment plant? Is that in here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was already,
We need in order to put the retreatment online, I think it was like $350,000 between materials, something like that. And in order to do that, we have to raise those rates just to get us to be able to put that retreatment online. We can't do it right now.
Where's our input?
How
I
much?
guess out of capital, we could just maybe take some of that money and get us going, knowing that it's gonna kind of put us on the hole, just to go as soon as we can.
well, you could not, okay. You can find the money that we need out of that 4.2 million. Okay, that's what we could do to get started on the pretreatment. And then not buy any of the capital items for what, only the things that we absolutely have to have until we get the revenue streams coming in on being able. This also depends on how much carryover we have July 1st too. And but we need to do it before July 1st. We can't wait. If we have to go out tomorrow and find some revenue streams, we need to do it.
We got this fund balance of $670,000 in water fund. I say we move that up a little bit to get this going right away.
How much is it?
$689,000.
And you're saying half of that would be the
Yeah.
pre-treatment. Now, who is consulting on pre-treatment? Do you have anybody consulting and helping with that?
Yes. So this entire RFP process is for professional services, where we'll use our operators, their operator, their professional engineer to come up with a solution to get it back online for about 100. Well, see, I don't know. I don't have good information on total costs. I'm expecting less than $150,000 for that process, plus another $200,000 in equipment costs.
Have we consulted with any prior operators of that place?
Yes, and they said that this is one of the ways that they were able to get on the summer irrigation, get ahead of it, was to use pre-treatment plant. I believe that was one of them.
That what I'm saying is, have we consulted with prior operators that have operated that pre-treatment plant in the past? Because it has operated in the past.
not for very long.
Have we consulted with the operators?
There is a guy in town that he actually helped build it and operated it for like a week before he left the city. And nobody can figure it out. And he has offered to help the city.
And then there's another person that worked out there as the superintendent that was very good too, and he knows all the nooks and crannies, and he's been gone maybe 12 years or more.
And he has offered to
What
What
help.
happened to the Sinclair plan that they had, they came and talked to us about? They
That went,
disappeared?
yeah.
Well, they were talking about investing X amount of monies for the pipeline.
Yeah, and didn't they say they were willing to?
Did they quit or?
Buyout into that kind of stuff got put on the back burner.
Yeah,
with
that
the
was
new-
a question that was asked to them.
Well, it is
If
definitely an
this
incentive.
Holly company was to purchase Sinclair, where do we stand? And the answer was, they're gonna need just as much water as we do, so they'll probably stay with the plan.
So I know the main guy that we talked to from Sinclair, he's no longer with Sinclair.
Right.
He was underneath
the contract process has been stopped.
Right.
So further notice.
That's correct. It's dead in the water right now, Dee.
Did they not donate some money or give money for that prior to this though, or did that
No,
not?
they
go
never
through?
did.
Okay.
They offered, but it never came across.
Okay.
I know that I'm pretty certain that if we needed some assistance in some ways, I'm gonna reach out to them and see what assistance they might give.
My point is, setting up here, I have full faith in you, Austin, and you, Cody. And I have full faith in a couple of past people. But what I'm feeling like we need to figure out how much money you're going to need so we don't have a crisis next year and how fast you need it. And that's where I'm coming from. If you need pre-treatment money, you got 600,000, so at 350, we can spend it and then make it up as we go along. So I don't think we have to rob any other pools of money, but we definitely are going to need, what, $5 million? $5 million to do your 3, 4, and 5 phases to get that flow coming in. We also have the issue with treatment plant leaking somewhere there from the treatment plant to Spruce Street. So we need to, that's the other issue. So I don't know who we have to have come in. Don't know how much money you're going to need for these different phases.
Excellent question.
So I just feel like I need to get a handle on that so that for the budget. I know it's an enterprise fund, but $20 million, we may have to go out for bonding, I don't know. But I know in past projects, we've been able to phase it, draw down on an account. We went to that, DEQ had some infrastructure water money or something at one point in time that we could tap into. But if we have to go out and get a $5 million loan from a company, then we still have to raise the rates, guys. But that's what I'm thinking.
So if I
Is it doable?
I'd like to speak to that in detail.
Sure.
So we have a few options available to us. So currently we're pursuing MRG, we're pursuing CDBG. Between those two, there might be up to $4.2 million, but realistically, can't count on it.
Right.
I don't like saying it, but I do not think we can count on it. And then beyond that, we have the possibility of the Wyoming Water Development Commission. Spoke with them last week. And what they said to me is that there's an opportunity if I want to do a special application to their process prior to June 1st, if I'm able to get a water development plan in prior to June 1st, we can start the process with them where there's a grant opportunity for up to 66% of costs being paid for both design and construction to a certain degree. And then there's I believe it's a 4% loan available to us as well. And that can conquer this entire $18 million that I'm showing in this. That can incorporate that entire overall City of Rollins water rehabilitation project. Another option is to go through USDA. USDA has a very difficult application process, and the total interest rate, I believe, is 2.5%.
Oh, we don't qualify.
To fund the entire
except
project.
for one portion of Rollins. I'm sorry, Austin.
To fund the entire project through USDA. And so with that, we have effectively, in my personal opinion, and I'm not licensed yet in the state of Wyoming, this happens on Friday, hopefully. My recommendation would be that we pursue WWDC or pursue the USDA loans because we don't have time. I've used so much of my time here at work on these applications to SLIB. I've done 3 applications to SLIB since I've been here. Each one takes almost, I would say, of my time, over a week and a half of worked hours combined. And then you include the costs of our consultants. I believe we spent probably close to $16,000 on our applications for these SLIB grants. That's money that could have been gone somewhere useful. And I strongly feel, and this is my recommendation, that we simply pursue WWDC, pursue USDA, one of those two, and move forward and get this done, because this should have been done 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's my recommendation. And with that, this is one of the things too, is that with WWDC, they recommend, well actually they don't even just recommend, they practically require that we restructure all of our water rates related to the utility that's being repaired. So we have to fix our water rates in order to get the WWDC grant and loan.
Okay, so do we have to do that before the loan or promise to do it after?
It can be in the process.
Okay, okay, this council did not want to have to come back to raise water rates later, but we recognize that we have a really big issue. We have to raise them whether we want to or not. We just need to be able to go out into the public and tell them what we're doing, and I would suggest after we figure this out, that the mayor and Sean and maybe you, Austin, do a press conference or go to the radio or something and explain to everybody what we're doing. But I think we have to have some concrete stuff going on.
You make some great points, if I may.
Sure.
So to answer some of those questions, we are currently in discussion with a rate setting professional.
Yeah.
And then additionally, that will take into account the asset management, where we're looking ahead, trying to get ahead on our rates, trying to get ahead on our expenses, so that we come into the black, so that we're not in the red. And we have a plan. I believe Myra had mentioned a date for a potential public meeting.
Yeah, we have discussed doing a town hall, discuss the water restrictions and the infrastructure in general, which would include some talk about fees. I mean, we haven't had any discussion about how that would process, so a lot of focus on how to use water wisely.
Yeah, I read through this really quickly. My only comment would be to tell them what we're trying to do at some point, that we're in consultation with our engineers, something to say that we're working on it. Oh, Lordy.
You have a comment? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought you were Worthy and Cody. I just want to follow up on what Austin was saying. I, of course, have been looking for funding resources, and I have listed 6 of them, but the one that Austin's talking about is for 30 years. But it's going to be probably the quickest one we can get.
That's Wyoming Water Commission.
Right. They also have a level 3 construction grant, which is due September 1st. So again, we wouldn't get that money quickly, but it's something to apply for in the future. And then we do have CDBG. I don't know what you all have been told about this, but the grants have been tabled because internally they're having some financial and management problems. So we don't know when we're going to hear back from that. But I don't want you all to forget there's $45 million in ARPA funds coming out July 1st.
Really, that's why I'm going, where are our infrastructure funds through that?
Right. Yeah. Right. That doesn't come out to July 1st, so I wouldn't anticipate that we hear about that till the fall. But it's money that we could use to carry on.
Okay.
USDA grant, it's less interest in the home grant application, but it is a beast in terms of grant. We've got to do a preliminary engineering report. I already sent that off, what we had. They've come back to us with a whole lot of questions that have got to be answered before we can even begin the application process. It'll be probably 6 months. It's very complicated.
In the meantime, where's our money coming from? We only have 1.2 in impact assistance funds. I don't know if SLIB's going to be very sympathetic. They basically told Nate that we well, I hate to say the word, but they basically turned their backs on us and told us not to come there. But, you know, we have to make an effort.
I do want to say,
funding too. We had asked about that the other day, SLIP does have loan funding.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of a separate pot, not the MRG grant.
Right.
Loan funding for drinking water state revolving funds, interest rate 2.5 and 0.5 origination fee for 20 years. Can't be submitted till the October meeting. Clean water revolving fund is 2.5 interest and 0.5 origination fee. And again, it's not due until October. Everything that's out there is not going to get announced or even filed for until the fall.
Right, and you can't use it till January, February. So we have some real gap issues.
When I was talking to Dennis about this a little bit, he said like a lot of the times they'll just go to the bank and say, hey, just that maybe we can get 3 million, just go get a small loan from the bank, and we nail one of these.
We can always use the balance to leverage anything else we need to go after. We can use it for leverage.
That's what Daryl was just about to ask, actually.
How much do we need from the bank? Daryl, I'm sorry to.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt I have another question on the 6 penny, the raw water line. I was just gonna ask how much water would that save us a day if that was put in?
About 1 million gallons a day to the cemetery.
And is this something, I know it's not an instant, what's the scope look for like that to get it completed? Like, are we 2 years out, or is it?
We're looking at completing the design of the project by, my hope is by fall of this year, and getting it at least advertised, construction latest by March of next year.
Okay, so nothing that would help this year still.
And with the call on the river, what are we really gonna accomplish there? Are we gonna use our water rights to the fullest or less, or,
Well,
so you have to
depends on
remember that right now.
Depends on if they're 1904.
Yeah.
We have 3
We have 3 different ones.
CMS that we can use right now. We're using Going Atlantic, we're at 2.6 right now. So
And we can use how much?
3.01.
3.01.
3.01.
If we were to just, try and tackle one of these items here, we go to the bank, we get a turnaround on a loan, but it's $3 million.
I think that we have a huge advantage with community banks.
Yeah.
I think that we gotta keep in mind, it's a good point that we have, we're gonna make sure that we have a $4.5 million balance kept. That could work to our favor, like from a collateral or repayment stance. But the other thing to consider is that for the bank's side of it, public funds have to be kept 100% collateralized. In other words, ultimately the banks in a way lose money on public funds. They can't, any interest that we're earning, they're hard pressed to break even on holding that money for us, if that makes any sense.
I understand.
And I would imagine that banks' interest rates are not going to be what we're talking about with these government programs. I think just today that like a 30-year mortgage rate's at over 5.5. So rates are climbing, and I don't know. Again, I guess I'd go back to my original that in terms of speed and getting the best for the city, we do have the huge advantage of having 2 locally based banks that, perhaps they would sympathize. Does that answer? I can certainly put some feelers out and get an answer to you, but I really,
I'm just curious for conversation.
I would imagine that would go through the respective banks' boards, that it wouldn't be a decision that just the staff would be able to make. So it'd probably be a matter of when they could get their board together to decision that.
What do you guys think about, like, if we were to go that route, just to tackle some issues right now, or if we just go after retreatment plant as the best answer?
I really prefer that we go to pre-treatment, get that online as fast as possible. But we also look to this for the future, getting the project started, get that tile iron down the closest point. That's a huge issue. That tile iron done, and we still shoot for pre-treatment out of the water fund, getting that online in July. That's where I'd like to see our first start progression.
2 points.
So we could just get a loan right now and get that.
Can we not use
Well, sounds to me like there's a lot of different research that needs to be done before we can even make a decision, so
Could I
yes, you can.
address something? Going back to your rate consultant. I originally was not for that because we had Sunrise already on staff. We gave them $100,000 to work on this pipeline. It was my understanding that Sunrise was water engineers and therefore had the capacity to work on rates and thus saving us $11,000. But am I wrong or right or?
Make a good question.
Yeah.
So that particular task order was for observation, and we've nearly used up the entire balance.
So that's not available to us, is
We're
why.
at approximately $80,000 expended of that observation. The amount of time it's taken in the field to complete construction due to the elements, due to the conditions. We're having to pull the observer. His truck is abandoned up there right now because it's stuck in the mud. It's just the conditions are terrible. And so that said, we're doing everything we can to make that dollar stretch. I'm having to stretch out the observation services to twice a week instead of every single day. Just production's been very poor. And to consider Sunrise Engineering for doing a rates study, I think that they're capable of doing that work. I think it would be worthwhile looking at to get an additional opinion as well on doing the rates.
So do you think it's $10,000 that you need for the rate study? Because I think, Myra, you may have mentioned this at one point, but we were talking about the tiers that we have to look at for like, businesses versus residences and stuff, and being fair on how we do this. And the only thing that we can do, we can't decide that here. We have to have some expertise.
So
I know we had Carl Smith's plan for us that we looked at, and because it got to be really too, I felt, my opinion, it became too controversial because the motel owners were going to be very upset because their water bill would go up really high, and it was COVID and all this stuff came along. So, but I have changed my mind a little bit. I think we're in a crisis situation and we should do everything we can to pull out all the stops. And obviously we can't get any water commission money unless we have have what they need to have, and that includes us having rates in progress. I don't know, how does the rest of the council feel? And I'm all for going ahead with the pre-treatment plan. I think you were too, Daryl.
Yeah, you might have answered this, Linda, on the ductile iron pipeline. We are at 2,090,000 for the project. On the general fund, that 4 million that's in there, could we loan that over to this to get that project going? And then, no, we don't want to reduce our general fund, but get it back, get the money back when we get the grants, if we get the grants.
So that, okay, yeah. Well, we have to be careful with grants because sometimes they won't allow you to pay stuff that you've already spent except for engineering work, and maybe they don't do that anymore, but we'd have to check. That's an Andrea question. And so on the grant, what we could do to get it started, we can loan ourselves some money. The only way we'd get it back in that account is if it's through a loan, something that's not going to be restrictive like a grant.
Right, okay. So now we kick that project and the treatment plan off at the same time. We could technically start right away. No.
It lowers our cash down to 2.2 million. And you need cash flow, but we still have 4 million in reserves. We could borrow out of the reserves, but we don't want to go under 4 million in case we have a catastrophic event. So I think our only answer is to go out and get a loan. But Nate's right. I mean, everything we've done at LGLP, they won't take our millions of dollars because then they have to collateralize it, and they're not making any money on it. And they're basically full. They don't need any more money. So we've got some real issues, but I want to feel better because we've got some plans of action going. I respect your opinions on doing the pre-treatment plant and then looking at where the leakage is, which is in the ductile piping. So at least we have some directions to go, and I'm not opposed to going out and looking at a $2 million loan, but we definitely are going to have to, by the time we start paying on that, have some cash flow through the water fund to do it. But that if we are really careful about how we manage that, we can pull it off.
And that's the beauty of going through the rate study for the rate professional, is that you get ahead instead of being in a knee-jerk reaction crisis situation constantly. You're able to project 20 years out what your expenses are, and you can capture those in advance and plan for them, and then have an asset management plan so that you're not in this situation ever again.
I agree. And 11,000 or 10,000 for that consulting firm can come out of the enterprise funds, people. Thank you. Now, it is very difficult to set up here and have to do anything under crisis management with regard to passing new restrictions and other stuff, guys. So if it's on our plate, let's get on it. I mean, I can't ask you to do any more than you're doing, but on the other hand, I don't like passing things in 1 or 2 times or 2 meetings because we make mistakes that way. And I don't want to, this is a one-shot thing. You do it right. Is that okay with you guys?
I don't see the value in a rate specialist, but I don't know the business either. I mean, if you have 1,000 taps and you raise it $5, I can tell you without a lot of college what that number's gonna be, and I don't know. The rate study thing, I have to think about that. I'll have to do some research. I just have a tough time thinking about paying somebody $11,000 to do simple math, which is Yeah, the 1,000 taps, you raise it $5, that's $5,000, you know? I don't know. I just have to think about it.
So the way that most people approach the issue is they try to think about what can we do? What different tiers can we set up? What kind of numbers can we use to figure a certain dollar amount? They say, well, if we want to raise $1 million, then we should make it this rate. If we want to raise $2 million, we should make it this rate. If we want to raise 3, etc., we need to make it this rate. The problem with that way of thinking is that it does not look into the future. We're not capturing all of our costs. We need to have one rate effectively. We can look at multiple situations, but realistically speaking, we just want to be in the black. We want to be equitable, we want to be fair, we want to capture all that information, have somebody who understands the process, who will fight the bullet for you, so to speak, that can accurately determine and set a rate. In this process, the person we're considering, among another potentially if we go with Sunrise, he's done over 344 of these rates in 15 years.
Yeah, is it in Wyoming also?
I believe so.
Okay.
And you will put it out to an RFP if it ever gets to that, right?
So in this case, we have a couple of options. We believe that it is best for transparency if we get at least 2 bids.
And it's under 35,000, so we would not have to go out for bid, is that correct? But if you got 2 quotes. The other thing I thought about, if we raise the rates 6 and then, what was it, 20 or 40 or whatever the recommendation was, and then have and I don't want to do this politically, but in order to get it rolling so that we have some funding coming in to pay back any loans, that's where I'm going with this, that we just lost my train of thought. Help me out. What was I thinking?
Do an initial raise and then get the survey?
Yes, thank you. Then get into the weeds with a consultant and then look at what we have to do and what's fair for everybody. But in order to get our budget done and say yes to taking the lumps on the rate increases, and then explaining it to the public in a town hall, and I think that would be the course I would recommend. Is that going to work? Is that what you want to do? Can we do, I mean, we could do that and then come back in and fine tune all the tier stuff and all the other stuff, or we can always decrease it if we don't need the 6. We'd look fickle as a council doing that, so. I know the mayor's point too about we only want to do this once but we can't wait. Okay, Austin, how long does it take someone to get us a study like that?
3 months.
We can't wait.
Yeah, we can't wait 3 months.
No, because we got to go to the SLIB board, who won't give us any money anyway, but we can try.
I mean,
or can it? No. We can also try for that water money that's in the separate pot at SLIB. I don't think they get really picky, but we could go for $1 million, and if they give us 750, that's 1.7. We won't have to get a loan. Well, we're still $2 million needed more. Okay, I'm going over I'm falling off the train, you guys.
Notice that. Excellent points. Thank you.
But I don't know what to do, whether we wait for the tier stuff, but it's 3 months and we can't wait for that.
I believe that we can get through the design phase of the projects that we're concerned about with funding that we may already have. The beauty of getting through the design phase, say starting now and getting into about August or so, we'll have engineers' estimates that will then be used to determine the amount of money we'll need for a loan to complete construction. So in terms of project phasing, typically your designs, depending on the scope, would be about 9 to 12 months, as long as there's no right-of-way involved, anything like that. And it can kind of be a shorter period of time, 8 months, depending on the scope. If it's just this ductile iron line, I think that can be designed in less than 6 months. And then by that time, you'll be able to effectively determine the cost for the project and incorporate that into your asset management plan, and incorporate that into your rates. So I think that 3 months, it does seem like a long time, but if we wanted to, what we could do is pull and start using the money that we have without even going to the bank for a loan, and commit that towards getting RFPs for construction and get the process for design started with the money we have, and then go after the rates at the same time, and then go to construction.
I think that would work.
Okay, tell me again, the money that 1.2 million that we have in impact assistance that we have available, do you need that for what we're doing on repairs?
So currently, we may need up to $300,000 to complete the phase 1 project that we're currently working on due to just forces of nature and whatnot. But I believe that we could use some of those impact assistance funds at the city manager's discretion for a design project for the ductile iron line and or the cathodic protection, including the air valves and the blow-offs.
Are we putting any of that, any of this in jeopardy if we do that? I mean, what's the downside of doing that?
The downside is that there will not be reimbursement for design costs.
That's true. But we're not going to design the whole project overnight anyway, so, and then, but we could go to SLIB, but we have to wait for the consultant for 3 months. That'd be kind of on the downside. So what are we going to tell them, that we're working on it?
September. That's when applications are generally due for.
No, we're talking about the 750,000.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and it did seem to go over well at the last meeting. I told them that the council was working on that.
So if we're saying we're in the process of RFPs to review our water rates, and then that would satisfy that question.
I believe so, yes. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
So you're talking an engineering study that tells us exactly what size of pipe you're gonna lay down, and is that kind of?
It'd be a design. It'd be a stamped, licensed design showing this is the location of the pipe, this is the size, this is the call out of all the items involved in the project, this is the cost for the project, here are the specifications of the contract or contractor bid on. That would be what I just discussed. Would be just getting it going in the design phase, get it completed, get it out to advertisement for contractor bid on.
Okay, I want to hear from finance. Is she still here? Oh, okay. She dodged the bullet. Might have under her opinion if this is cash flow.
She's wondering if it'd be useful or beneficial in terms of cash flow to start a design project this time with the money we have. That's our fund balance is the 600,000. Design is worth 10% is generally the cost of design.
And the year up there.
Nate, you had something?
Basically, when we were back talking about like USDA or other like grant or loan options, we're going to be required to have the design complete. I believe, I'm not sure about USDA. I don't know the answer to that question at this time. But with the
us at any pace, effectively.
Good point.
Without design.
Correct. And the beauty of the Wyoming Water Development Commission as well as the process.
Yeah, I think Wyoming Water Commission's the easiest, even though it's higher in rent or interest rates.
I think it's worth
I
it.
just asked because, you know, design, we're talking over a year, right? But we don't, like, for project management, we need to get work started sooner than design is complete, right? And, but then we run into, like, this whole conversation is about getting funding to get it all done. But then you look at the organizations that we're wanting to get funding from, and you gotta think, what criteria, like, how are they gonna evaluate us in deciding to give us money, whether it's a grant or a loan? And no matter what, rate, like, the rate conversation is gonna be there. I mean, you talk about a bank, the bank cares about our ability to repay. If our rates don't match our ability to repay, well, that's not gonna work. If you're talking about a loan from any government source, it's the same exact thing. And then if you're talking about grants, it's also the same thing. No matter what, we're coming back to, we have to raise our rates. Then the next thing is, these organizations need to know that we have a plan in place, and not only do they need to know that we have a plan, but they need to understand our plan. And it just seems like so much hinges on design, like having enough of that, like, here's what the issues are, here's how we're gonna fix it, here's what we're doing to help our own situation, and here's what we're asking for in terms of making up the difference. I don't know how to make it any more simple than that, but I guess I'm just sitting here listening to, like, well, do we raise rates or do we wait, or, the design phase. I mean, if the whole project's gonna take 3 years, I don't know why we wouldn't do as much as we possibly can do now, to get things moving along. That's only gonna help our case, no matter what organization we're standing in front of, asking for money in whatever way that we're asking for that money, whether it's loan or grant.
I concur with Nate.
Okay. Boss, do the conductor.
So I have, I guess I got a question on this. So we're looking at 4.2 in reserves right now. If we did not pay the loans off currently that at the landfill and the water now, and we just paid the annual payment of those, what would we be looking at with the annual payment? Because what I'm seeing up here is a 6.2 that would possibly give us another 2 million to maybe get going on this. And I know it's a huge task or a huge accomplishment to pay those loans off, but if we could get this going and then see an increase, later on, and hope for the best later, to pay those off next year if we can. I mean, what would be what's the benefit there? Because to me, it's looking like 2 million. Looks like we could put 2 million into this infrastructure too.
So one thing I'd like to point out, just in business sense, and this is probably crazy, but I want to mention this, and maybe you can chime in on this or not. I believe at this time with inflation, as bad as it is, it's better to loan up than it is to pay off a loan. Because the rates that we're paying on our loans are less than inflation. I just want to put that out there.
That's a good point, Austin.
I don't know the details of the current loans, but that's been my thought this entire time. But then the other question is, okay, like, if we approach a bank asking for $3 million, of course, they're going to look at our other debts. That's going to be a factor. But turn around asking for more money, like what story, what narrative do we have to support that action? I'm not trying to undermine any other like ideas that have been put out there, but with my banker mind, those are all the questions going.
You know, the banks that I did business with really liked that I zeroed out once in a while. Like if I just kept borrowing more and more as my business grew, there wasn't a banker in the world understood that. All they knew is I was borrowing more. So every now and then I had to stop and pay off every loan, even if it killed me, so that I could go back and borrow more money and get right back in the same thing. And sometimes I'd pay off those loans in the morning and go in the afternoon and get a loan. And it's called cash flow. And if you can demonstrate that you can zero out once in a while, banks like that, the ones I've done business with.
Nate, clarify, I'm sorry, let me understand again what you said to us. What you have said that, okay, we have basically $6 million in debt, and they're up to 20 years and stuff, and it's water and sewer. That's what we're looking at in landfill. And landfill has nothing to do with, but it does have to do with the cash up there. Let me understand, you said it would not hurt getting a loan if we still left the debt on the books. Is that what you just said? Or did you say that it'd be better to take it off and they'd look more favorably upon it?
What I'm saying is if you go for a loan right now without paying those off, it's your debt to income, or I don't know public speak necessarily, but how much the city has in loans right now will be a factor in approving a new loan today, kind of going back to what Mayor's talking about. But if we're talking about paying off, using dollars we have now to pay off loans versus using dollars we have to go toward the project that we would be going for a loan for if we don't, I mean.
At some point in time, though, we're gonna need to go get a loan. And at that point in time, paying off these other notes will be a very big plus, in my opinion.
And I agree, I'm just saying, all of that activity, so paying off the loans, and then getting a new loan, versus not paying off the loans and using that cash that we have for the projects, it's all essentially a wash, isn't it?
Until we need the 18 million.
Yeah.
Now, once we get the $2 or $3 million little thing done, and then when we go for the big loan, that's when the rubber will meet the road, and that's when we don't want that extra indebtedness.
But what I'm saying is, paying off the loans today, like that takes these down to that zero amount, but then we create a new loan that puts us right back to that same level. There's not a difference. Like, we're coming out of this with the same 2 million, 3 million in loans.
I agree, but then once those $2 million projects are done, the plan is to then go borrow, what, 18 million? So when that stage happens, having all those other loans, I guarantee is gonna shoot us in the foot.
But at the same time, our experience at SLIP was basically that the city hasn't done anything or done enough to solve our own problem. So we have to spend, we've got to find a way to spend money on these projects as that show that we are trying to solve our own problem.
No, because the first time I went there, they asked, what have we done to solve our own problems? By that time, we had spent several $1 million on this problem. And I explained that to them, and that isn't what they want. What they want is rate increases, period. I mean, we're not going down there talking to a bunch of geniuses, okay? Just so you know, they're just people. But if you talk to them long enough, you'll realize that probably they learned something. They can say, hey, you didn't raise the rates. And they've been using that for a few years. I mean, gosh, 20 years, I've heard that, 30 years. Every single time you go, you hear it. That has nothing to do with reality. I mean, it has nothing to do. I mean, we could raise our rates tomorrow. We could have the most outrageous rates in the world, and we could not collect the money fast enough to fix this problem. So we're going to have to borrow it. So if we're gonna borrow it, we need to look at what's gonna make us the most attractive there. That's just all I'm saying.
Okay, can I ask a question? I know we haven't given you any really big, fine direction on this issue, but are we at a point where you can put the budget together and we still have one more try at this? Pardon? First reading?
Next Tuesday is your regular council meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and it's unless you'd like a work session.
So there's one view and there's another view. And I just know we have a crisis. Did we address any of there must have been something else go on that's a crisis that we don't know about? Or did you address everything that?
The projected water crisis.
Okay, that's what you were.
This is the first step.
Okay. We're taking up the ordinance again on second reading. So, Mayor, I guess I don't want to stay here all night, but I think this is a huge issue. I don't know what to tell everybody to do right now. I'll think it through, but I think on Tuesday night I'll have a better grasp on it, and then I can work, I can work with anybody that has questions or come up with a plan or something like that you think is going to be best. And then let's take a look at it. Because I see both points. But we can't sit and wait for a water study that's 3 months away. But on the other hand, all the engineering needs to start. That's reimbursable, so I'm not worried about that. But when we start laying pipe and doing anything to projects, what we have is we're not going to get reimbursed. We can't use any future grant money and stuff like that. So, but there's money, future money out there. It's just the timelines are bad for us, particularly when we're trying to tell the public they can't water their lawns but once a week.
To the mayor and I spoke to Councilman Smith. You were looking to have a work session for the ordinance that we had first reading for the water. You were looking for a work session and then we would do second reading on the following regular council meeting on the 17th.
No, Lynn.
What would you like?
We have already had one reading on it. I would prefer, just because of the nature and urgency of it, not to put it off. We need to bring it back on second reading, let us slice and dice from here, and have legal counsel, after we come to some kind of a consensus, have legal counsel fix that for us and move on. Because we don't have time to wait on it. And I don't think we should waste any time talking about it, because it's pretty simple what we need to do.
Would you prefer something else for your work session or nothing for a work session?
Well, if we need to have it for going over anything that's proposed or that you need to get some direction on or something, that's up to those folks on this water issue. It needs some refinement. So if you need us for that, I don't mind having a work session. But on the other hand, we don't need one if we don't need one. Just telling you. Okay, I'm gonna be very plain. Okay. Does that help?
We got that answered.
Would it be for the $2 million loan? Is that what you're looking at? So, just want to get clarification. This $2 million, if we don't pay off those loans, we could just loan that $2 million to ourselves with no interest, and then you'd have the money. And I know what's the budget.
That would be reimbursable from the water fund at some point if we loan ourselves the money. it's still enterprise funds, after we raise rates, will start coming, be enough to pay ourselves back in some future point, and still not get, we'll be able to, no, it's not gonna be 2 million sitting there in that water fund, but we can pay ourselves back eventually, but it does lower your cash.
And once we paid ourselves back, like in 10 years or so, then we could borrow the 18 million to finish the pipeline.
No. That's a
Well,
whole
hopefully
different,
we get the grants and we don't need it.
Well,
ARPA money.
honestly, there's a point where you can borrow too much. And if we go to the bank with these other loans still out there, and then we borrow this, the next thing we're gonna need to do is borrow the 15 to 18 million dollars to finish the pipeline. And we are gonna leave ourselves in a position that we will not get that $18 million loan.
Because they're enterprise funds, do they affect the other enterprise getting a loan? Since they're
Each
different?
each enterprise fund is standalone fund.
Right, okay. So it'd just be the loans in the water fund that would really affect
Yeah.
the loan in the future.
Not necessarily.
Well, the
not
city can
necessarily. It's
only
overall
borrow
debt
so
enough.
much money. It's just like a person, you have a debt to income ratio. There's a point at which your assets can be outrun by your loans. And so with cities, there's a line there. And if we got to be careful to stay away from that line, or else we'll be in a position to get no more loans. And that's what I'm afraid of. If we don't take care of some of them as we go, we're going to end up with the old loans, the new loans, and the inability to borrow the amount of money we need to borrow to finish the pipeline.
Okay, so the best course of action then, after listening to everybody, good points on both sides, but I would say if I were to do this myself, I would pay the loans off and go borrow enough money to get the first, all the crisis things going and the engineering going, because we can still go after a bunch of other money, but we can't do anything till we have engineering. And the ductile line is the most crucial because of the leakage. Pre-treatment plant, we've already addressed. So we at least have enough. We just need to go find some money to get some of the real problems fixed. And then we can worry about the 18 million.
Could we use that 4 million to just kickstart the projects, like maybe loan out if we need to get engineering done and it's 100,000, we just loan 100 from the 4?
What we can do,
Without
Daryl,
getting a big
in my mind, we can authorize staff to use XYZ of that money, and then if we get a loan from a bank, you know, we can pay that back. And then that will work.
And then we can get projects moving without paying on interest right away.
Yes. Well, yeah, because it's our money. Okay. Yeah, that would be a plan. Is everybody okay with that?
Sounds good to
Yeah.
me.
Okay, that works.
Anything else? We're repeating ourselves so many times that I'm dizzy. So if somebody has something new, I'll stay. If somebody doesn't, we're gonna go home. All right.
First of all,
Meeting's
thank
adjourned.
all of you very much.
Adios.
God, I'm gonna faint.
How much of that, how much of that 4.2 can we, we're gonna borrow, just take 2 million of it?
Okay. Yeah, we can because it's
Yeah, we're gonna take the 2 out of that.
out of the